I'd like to welcome everybody out to the April 13th, 2026 budget workshop for department heads. The council will be seeking to go into closed session pursuant to 143, 318, 11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, condition of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. Do I have a motion from the council to go into closed session?
I make a motion.
Do I have
that
a
we go in.
second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
I'll make a motion. We come out of closed session.
Do I have a second? Any
I'll
more
second.
discussion? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Welcome everybody out to the April 13th, 2026 budget workshop for department heads. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, thank you all for coming out. There was no action coming out of closed session today. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest in regards to any item on the agenda? If so, please state at this time.
I do not.
No.
No.
All right. Moving up on approval of draft agenda. Does any member of council have any questions as far as the draft agenda goes? If not, do I have a motion to approve the draft agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the draft agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
I have one question. Do we have public comments on to the front
No,
of it?
it's at the end.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Department head updates. Start off with the police department. Go ahead, sir.
My report should be fairly short. I think the only thing we needed to cover after we spoke in the last workshop was the computer prices. That may be inflated during our July budget year. We were able to work with the vendor who was in contact with the manufacturer, and we're going to be able to keep the quoted price through the budget season. So that's all squared away and good to go.
So the exact prices stay the same and
That's fine.
I'm trying to find it in this back stuff here.
I think it was 61,000. I think for all of them.
For the 22 Panasonic.
Yes, ma'am. And then we had an issue where storage was going up for the hard drives following March, but we were able to secure the price to hold on through our budget season.
So the 61,000 is what we're going to go with.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
That price is secure.
Okay.
Thank you for checking on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I think without any more questions, that's all we had at the last workshop. As anything, any question? Good.
So,
No,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
thank
guys.
you.
Thank you. Next up will be our fire.
Hello.
Hey,
Good morning.
Good morning. So at the last budget meeting, we spoke about the beach signage, and specifically the signage about the no swimming here to pier. And I think council directed me to look at really all of our signage around the pier. So prepared a little presentation for you. So we'll kick that off. So this isn't necessarily with pricing, but it's just asking for council's direction and approval to really look at all our signage surrounding the pier. So I'll kick this off. So the first few slides are just the current we've got some kind of weird
Battery tape.
oh, it wasn't on, I'm sorry. All right, so the first thing, at every access, every town on beach access, we've got very nice, very large informational boards, which covers almost every topic that we're faced with. No lifeguard on duty, beach rules, rip current information, sea turtle information, and litter information. So everyone that enters our beach passes this and has the opportunity to really review all the rules and regs and things like that. So going down the beach, and this is just a enter from the public parking area. We've got the beach walker sign with the litter collections. We've got do not ride bikes on the beach access sign. The beach toy library from the Rotary out there.
That's just one spot.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just one spot. And that's at the front access of the main beach access. We've got no sitting in this area, no cabanas, no cabanas.
Do you know how many we have that are like this? I'm trying to figure out a number of signs as you go through this. And I'm sorry to have interrupted, but
No problem.
for the one that you're showing right now,
Mhm.
how many do we have that are like that?
We have this one no sitting sign, the no cabanas here, and I'm fairly certain we've got them on 29th and 3rd as well, so 3.
3.
And I did not include anything outside the gazebo area in this
Sure.
presentation. Something new we added this year, Public Works added restricted area to cover the emergency access beside the gazebo. We've got one of these on each side.
So 2.
We've got multiple. I don't have a good number for these, but we've got the express on the beach, keep off the dunes. All right, trash can poles. We've got multiple, and there's a lot of these down the beach. No lifeguard on duty, swim at your own risk, rip current information. And then we move these signs, the no swimming here to pier, that they're currently on the trash can poles right now.
On all the trash can pulls?
Just 2.
Just 2.
Just 2.
When you say you moved them, where were they before?
So we added those in the off season. So
Okay. And those are just like the ones that are down at the high tide line.
correct.
That's not in the pictures.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the size of those?
12 inches by 18 inches, maybe. I'm not certain.
As I looked through this, I noticed that it was in Spanish.
Mhm.
And then I thought, well, where else is it in Spanish? And as I was looking through the slides that you showed us prior, I didn't notice it was in Spanish anywhere else. Do we know if there are any other signs that are in Spanish or in a different
No, to
language?
my knowledge.
Just these 2. Okay. Thank you.
And again, another photo of the cans. We've got this everywhere. Underneath the pier, we've got no sitting in this area. That allows emergency vehicles to go pass through under the pier. This area here does get influenced by the sand. Mr. Massey does clean this out occasionally and keeps that dune kind of down, so that has been moved in the past few years. And Mr. Massey has signage down the pier, no swimming within 100 foot, and that's currently there in a couple of locations down the pier.
Question, is that Massey installed those?
All right, moving on to recommendation. It's my recommendation, and then again, I'm looking for guidance from town council, but maintain and obviously maintain the large informational boards at every access. Update that when necessary. I'd like to eliminate some duplicate signs and some redundant signage. Again, that's mostly the no lifeguard on duty and the rip current signage that's already on the informational boards. I think that'll clean up some area out there if we do that. Another recommendation is replace the existing signage we have with one uniform style design. However that may look like, but either do it all at once, or as we replace signage, just choose a style of signage and go with it with the town logo, something along those lines. Choose what we need to keep and go with that style. Whenever we can, add QR codes. If we do want to keep something on the beach, I think a lot of people have their cell phones. A lot of people utilize the QR codes. We can put a lot of information on a QR code. So that's a good thing we can do there.
Do you have a cost on what it would be to replace the signs? I didn't notice it in the
I do
packet.
not. I do not. I'm kind of seeking for guidance on what we want to do, and then we can go hit some pricing for you.
But you're talking every access point across the whole beach strand.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I think we leave that there. I think if you'd like, I'll go. Let me shoot this
Okay,
at you, and then I'll
okay.
go back and kind of talk about each individual signage there. So I would like to ask you to consider one of these options here. So during the last presentation, we pitched the large no swimming signage, and again, that's still an option, but it's large. The options here, go with that original design, make it smaller with a 2x4 foot sign. That would still utilize the 2 poles on either side. Just make it a touch smaller. Another option we have, and again, this is with Mr. Massey's permission, but update those signs that are currently on the pier. I've spoken to him. Whatever we shall choose to do, we'll go back and touch base with him, but he's very supportive of anything we want to do here with this safety aspect. And then lastly, if council would like to consider the signage that's 100 foot off the pier at the high tide mark, we can do a beach safety station. So a photo of that is here, a single pole, much smaller signage. We utilize life rings instead of the foam rescue device. Installing a life ring, and then we need a Spanish type sign there, but we would utilize the flags with the red circle with the no swimming sign. So that'll take care of that. I think that would be a great idea to install a life ring at that location. So that's a much cheaper option. That's something we can afford to do out of this year's budget and install that. Again, that would be at 100 foot either side of the pier at the high tide mark.
Is this in addition to your larger sign, or
No,
two signs are going to be out there?
This would replace that.
This would replace instead of the aluminum signs. Okay, so we got 2 options there.
Yes.
Do you have a cost?
So the 4x4 post, we keep it in house. Really, all we would need to buy is the sign. So depending on what we want to put on the sign, again, we can do that out of this current budget. I don't think it would be very much money.
Is there a way to use the current signs that are out there now at the high tide mark? Because to me, those signs are very sufficient.
We definitely could.
Because your goal is not, to me, the ones out there right now look very nice at the high tide mark with the black post and everything. But your issue is the stand of it, because y'all remove those, you don't leave them out there. Is that correct?
That's
okay.
correct. That's correct.
And will you leave the flag out there and the dinghy out there as well?
Yep, but the life ring would be, we typically leave the life rings out until it gets cold. So 8 months out of the year, and then we pull them in the wintertime. So they would be out there 8 months out of the year. The flag would stay that same amount.
Okay, because I've noticed our beach flags get removed at like 3:15 to 4 o'clock every day.
They do. This Easter Center, when we leave the beach, we take those down.
Right. But if we're thinking safety, when many people come to the beach after that and is it theft the reason, or is the reason we don't leave the flags up? Because to me, that's a known flag system for beach for most people.
So last year we left the flags up overnight the whole time. If it was green, so a green day, we would change the flags to yellow. If it was a red day, obviously we'd leave them at red, but overnight we left them at yellow, just for precautionary.
In case it changes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
But I noticed this weekend they were removed. So is that
Sunday was our last day out there until May 15th. So we'll start back May 15th on that daily.
okay? So those can't remain. I mean, people are out there every day until now to then. So to me, should we leave those out there for?
We can leave them up.
I'm asking you your opinion because
we can leave them up.
To me, that is something that everybody looks for and wants to know what kind of day is it in the water.
We can leave them up. No problem.
So an option is to have the pole, which you said you've got,
Mhm.
and put a flag on it and put the sign that says no swimming here at the high tide. And then the dinghy, do you already have it, the
Yes.
flotation device? So really, it'd hardly be no cost to
That's
do
right.
that option,
That's right.
because when you have the flat, the recommended signage, the no swimming $50 fine, did we decide against that? Because I
We
think
did.
we determined,
We did. We did.
yeah, so to me, we need to mark, yeah, that off.
Just really the biggest information we want to put on there is no swimming with the arrow here to pier.
Yeah. And to me, the pier signs that Gary has up that are great, like they're looking, if you're looking at the pier this way, to me, if there was one placed on going down on one of the pylons there, if there was one place when they're looking at the ocean straight on, not looking at the pier, that might be an
Okay.
option to see if you put it out far enough where it would be seen, that whether it's high or low tide. Because to me, there are a lot of signs out there, like I've said before. So it's
And if you like, I'll go through those other signage and we'll kind of talk about
Yeah.
those as we go.
and Ocean Isle Beach has the safety station
They do.
along their strand, yeah.
do.
And I've seen those at other beaches with the round flotation devices.
They do. Okay, here's some signage that could be deleted. It's a bit redundant. Again, we would be, if you approve to do the no swimming signage for us, we would obviously move that sign there down to that high tide mark. We could get rid of and delete the no lifeguard on duty, because again, that's already on the informational boards. And the little white signs there, I think they're no smoking signs. They're almost impossible to see.
Go back to that page, please. Are you talking about removing those signs
Yes,
and
ma'am.
now putting another pole somewhere to put another sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though we already have a pole there,
Mhm.
and that sign is already there, we're going to put another sign somewhere else.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what you're proposing.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm asking. This is all the way at the dunes, and that's a long way during periods of low tide, and it's really not easily seen by
Yeah.
visitors.
Well, I would say that I don't understand fully why we would get rid of those signs, because to me, those signs are there. They're paid for. People see them. People put stuff in the trash. People walking the mat or walking from the pier, you see those signs. You're going to see those. The one that's down at the high tide mark, if it's crowded, which around there is normally always very crowded, you don't see it unless you're looking for it, unless you walk by it, or unless it's early in the morning or later in the evening. So to me, we should leave those signs if we're talking safety there. But I don't know why we remove them. And as we know, those signs can add up real fast in cost. So to me, they're functioning. That would be my take.
Yeah. And that's okay. I was under the impression we wanted to clean it up a little bit, so that's however,
Yeah.
that's totally fine.
I think I was just saying there's a lot of signs
I
out
agree
there.
with you, Miss Batchelor. The town taxpayers have already paid for these signs. Why would you take them down?
Mhm.
Now, granted, you can't see them if you're at the shoreline. I mean, you'd have to have a magnifying glass to look up there to see it. But as you are disposing of your trash, you would see it.
Mhm.
But your whole pitch, though, is to reduce signs.
Well, I was under the impression that was kind of the direction to kind of reduce it, but it's obvious we can definitely leave them. That's no problem.
What do you all think about leaving the signs up as opposed to taking them down?
People tend, if I believe, people will tend, if they're dropping their garbage off, to look up and look at the sign and read it.
Mhm.
Whereas most of the time heading to the beach, they will walk right past the sign real quickly because they're looking for a spot.
Exactly.
Okay, so if they're there and we've already paid for them, leave them up. When they fall down, we'll discuss it.
Mr. Arnold,
I agree with Mike. I was getting to say something.
all right.
Yeah,
Again,
I'm
I just
100%.
you're asking for direction, and I
That's
didn't
it.
want to leave this issue because this is pretty big.
Yep.
For us not to have some type of consensus up here, so you have some direction.
Quick question, if I can interject. Go back one sign or one slide. Those small white signs, you said those are possibly no smoking.
I think there.
So there's no ordinance to prohibit smoking on the beach.
Um,
I don't know why those are there.
it may be when I say no smoking, it may be take care of your butts or something along those lines. I'm not- You,
It's
you know,
important to do that.
properly dispose of your cigarette butts.
In
Sorry.
regards to the chief's the fire chief's presentation and his response to that, were you talking about this today?
Mhm.
I was under the impression too, because I've heard y'all say multiple times y'all were against all the signage. Too many signs. I think that's why he came back with this. Maybe there was a
Yeah.
misunderstanding there, but that's why I think you presented this, because I
That-
thought that's what y'all had. I
That
know
was
that's
my
what y'all
understanding
said.
too,
There's
Mr. Mayor, from
Too
our
many
last
signs,
meeting.
too many
Yeah.
signs,
We
too
were
many
gonna try
signs.
to
So that's
eliminate
why
some.
he
That
came
was-
with this.
That was a topic of discussion
Yes, it was.
well, a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And I think that's because you were looking at adding more signs. And I know I was saying there's already a lot of signs out there that say do not swim by the pier. Like it's very evident. And when y'all are on duty, they're blowing whistles. But that still doesn't stop them from you blow a whistle. They move down, and then 10 minutes later, they're right back in the same position. So,
One of the things I'd really like to accomplish with this additional signage is our late afternoon swimmers. During the daytime, we're out there, we're blowing our whistle, we're keeping people out of the no swim area. When we come off the beach, 7 p.m., we still have a good population on the beach. And we have a high concern that there's swimmers underneath the pier in that time frame. So this pole that I'm requesting is for that reason. 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, we've got swimmers sometimes under that pier. Currents pick up in the late afternoon. So that's really a big thing. It's not so much during the daytime because, again, we have staffing out there, but it's that nighttime population that we really want to make sure that they've got a clear, visible sign to know that. So just want to make sure we didn't miss anything here. I think that's it. I think we covered it.
No questions for the fire chief?
I was going to touch again on the every beach access point. I know when you walk down every boardwalk going to the beach, there's a large sign. The large sign you did that has all kind of the beach rules on it, which is a pretty large one that has, ones like that are at every boardwalk. So is that the ones you're talking about wanting to replace those?
No,
Okay.
no. So what I put this slide on there, if you notice the no lifeguard on duty and the rip current signage.
Mhm.
So again, I was under the impression we wanted to reduce some of the signage out there. So in this presentation, that's there. Everyone walks by that. The no lifeguard on duty, the rules and things like that. So that's.
Well, it said recommendations, maintain an informational board at every beach access point. So what was that or something else?
That's just keeping
So
this,
what's
keeping
already
it
there?
updated
Okay,
and
okay.
things like that. No additional.
So we're not redoing it?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay.
I think it's trying to reduce some of the redundancy. So you walk by a sign here that says no lifeguard on duty, and then you walk another 100 feet
Oh,
down
yeah.
to the beach, and there's another
Yeah.
sign that says no lifeguard
Yeah.
on duty. So if we're going to add an additional sign, is there other signs that we could remove just to have less clutter on the beach?
Okay. And along the less clutter on the beach, if we install the beach safety station, which is your last slide, that's the red pole with it shows the yellow flag, and it's got the flag system on it, and it's got the dinghy. There, you could add on there the sign we already own, the one that's on the black mounted at the high tide mark. Could you add that on there? Because
So my theory was to take the one off of the trash can pole and move it to there. I would still like to keep the black pole by the water's edge while we're staffing the beach. So I'd still like to keep that in play.
okay, so keep that in play and add another
And
one.
add another one. Again, because
Okay.
the black pole's not out there overnight. It's removed.
But could you leave it overnight, or you wouldn't leave it overnight?
I'm going to say
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
Again, that gets into the trouble. If we fill that thing completely up with water, it becomes so heavy, staff really struggles moving it. If we leave it where it's movable and things, we really need somebody. We don't want it flipping over at the nighttime.
Not to be redundant, but this sign we are not doing.
That
We're
is
going to
correct.
do
If you
that
support that,
instead.
yes,
And,
yes,
and you need direction on, do we like this or do we like this?
that is correct.
You need a decision today.
I would like one. Yes.
So
I
don't
like the
think- so
red
I don't
post
think
one
he's quite finished.
best.
We,
I'm,
I mean, we
I'm in
need,
favor of this, yes.
Sounds good.
I am as well. Positive
Which
Unity
two?
Way. We have the option of either this or what's on the screen right now. And Mr. Arnold, Miss Batchelor, and myself are in favor of what's on the screen now, as opposed to the larger sign. And they're not paged, but can you see what it
Yeah, I
looks
know
like
which
here?
one. I
Okay.
have.
So the chief needs some direction on which way to go.
I'll go along with that for this year.
Okay. Super.
Thank you.
So we
Thank
need to
you.
come back a week from today with that cost needs to be to Alicia, so that we can have that in our budget for. Well, you're gonna fund that out of this
We're gonna
year. though,
fund
right?
this
So
out of
we
this
don't-
year's
okay, so
budget, so
disregard
There
that.
is no
So-
budget.
Unless there's something else you'd like me to consider, that's a no budget item for the
Okay.
fiscal year.
We've been
I think
pretty
that's it
close.
for this.
You got it.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Richard.
All right, next up, be our public works, streets, and stormwater.
Oh,
Matt,
Thanks. Good morning.
All right, so after our last budget workshop, we were asked to come back with some more hard numbers on certain items that we proposed to you all. The first up is the paving. Like I said last month, we had a road survey that we got back. There were some high-end numbers on that from the engineering firm, but we reached out to a contractor and got some hard-nosed numbers back. So one of the roads we were looking at repairing was Old Point, intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Clubhouse Road, coming back with a 98,765 price tag on it. And then Clubhouse Road, I know last month I mentioned that as far as Clubhouse Road goes, not a whole bunch of work will be done to that probably over the next few years because of all the work that's being completed inside of C-Trail itself with the big trucks and everything. In order to get that road where it needs to be, I don't believe that would be the best idea to go ahead and work on that. But I just wanted to throw a number out there, but I'm not recommending this right now at all. Same thing with Clubhouse Road and C-Trail Drive West. We met with the contractor. We rode over this road. C-Trail Drive West really isn't a big issue. I mean, he even recommended not doing it himself. So we're not going to look into that. But 27th Street,
Mr. Searles, can I
yes.
back up just
I'm
a second?
sorry.
You're mentioning the contractor that you met with.
yes, ma'am.
Could you elaborate on that? Who that is? What did they look at? How did they come up with these prices? I
Yeah.
think that
Sure.
we should know that.
Yes, ma'am. So the contractor, we reached out to a few contractors. The one that came back and we rode around with them was Barnhill Contracting. They used to have a plant and supply. I think they're out of Wilmington or Leland now, but they're more local. They do a lot of work for us. They've done a lot of work in the past for us. So what this gentleman's was looking at was obviously the cracks, the potholes, edges of the roads. You know, if it's holding water, if it's able to get the water off the side of the road, that also determines a lot of factors into the cracking and everything of the pavement. So he was able to look at everything. He went back out after we had rode with him to look more in depth at everything, measure the roads and all that. So he came up with these numbers per what he uses for material, labor costs, things of that nature, equipment.
And how did that work in tandem with the study, the road survey that McGill and Associates did? I know we had a meeting with them a couple weeks ago.
We did.
And they were to bring back updated numbers.
Correct.
I don't know if you got updated numbers or not, but how did this contractor, Barnhill Construction, how did those numbers compare with those numbers?
Far less from what we've seen as far as what the contractor or what the engineer had recommended with pricing. Now, when we met with them a few weeks ago, they did say that they were on the high end of what they proposed as far as numbers go. So we actually met with who's doing the work and what they're currently providing with numbers, and they came down far less than what the engineering firm had proposed to us.
Did you get any updates with that road survey?
No, ma'am, I have
3
not.
weeks
I
ago?
reached out. They were supposed to have a meeting, from my understanding, on Friday with their staff, and we were supposed to get a report back. I have not received one yet.
Okay.
As far
Because
as
that sure would help us
I
with,
understand.
their prioritization
Yes, ma'am.
for these roads and what they saw so that we
I
can
agree.
make a more informed decision.
I agree.
But thank you for explaining that.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
Yeah,
Matt.
I agree with that too.
For this slide right here, where it says Clubhouse Road to Bridge, are we talking, I'm coming from the stop sign, I cross the bridge, and then 120 feet up, like going towards Maples? Is that the area you were talking about?
Yes, sir. When
Okay.
you come off of Old Point going towards Old Georgetown, between I guess it's the Calabash Creek,
Mm-hmm.
right there at the low part.
Okay. Okay.
You know, that old, yeah, the old road.
Yes.
What's it called?
Old Bridge.
Point.
Old
Old
Bridge.
Point.
Yeah. There's some roots there from the trees.
There are.
How are we going to abate that?
We are talking with Seachild Master Association.
Okay.
There's a few members that are part of that board that we've met with in the past. We're trying to figure out a way to obviously not kill the trees, since we are a Tree City USA, but we need to figure out a way with them to construct this road and make it usable for everyone instead of having these buckles in the road.
And Matt, can you go back one slide? Because we had, that one. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So can we talk about that Old Point, Sunset Boulevard? That one you recommend?
Yeah.
So that one you recommend?
Yes, ma'am. Why am I recommending it?
No, I'm saying
yes,
you do
we do.
recommend
Yes,
it. but
ma'am.
I'm
We
making
do.
a note of what's recommended.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So you recommend that one? No,
Yes, ma'am.
No issue. Okay. And then the Clubhouse Road at the bridge, you're saying you do not recommend this year. When do you recommend it?
I mean, that could be with some of these numbers and what we budget for, some of them could come back lower. So we may be able to actually utilize the excess money that we have to, $24,000, $25,000 to maybe put into this road.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a small price for section of road that we could use
Okay.
at some point if we have the extra money.
Okay.
I've got a question. How much
Sure.
money is going to be available when you realize that we have the Powell tax and whatever left over from prior years and today?
Right.
Alicia have that in?
That's included
I
in
think
this
that's included in
presentation.
here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a couple
I'll
pages
get
back.
to it in a couple minutes.
Oh, I know what you've got written.
Oh,
in there.
okay.
I've got that. I just want
Oh.
to know, are those validated
Okay.
numbers?
I got you.
So we're at Clubhouse. What about Clubhouse Road from Rice Mill to Joint at Old Georgetown? Because I need to mark that.
Right. I did not recommend that. That is a big section where they're building a lot of roads near Jonesburg Clubhouse. Big trucks are coming in and out, concrete trucks. I didn't get the chance to take it off the presentation, to be honest with you.
So you'd recommend it later after construction? Is
Yes,
that what you're?
and that could be 2 years, 3 years down the road. Now, don't get me wrong. There may be minor Band-Aids that we have to do in between that time.
Okay.
But as of right now,
Would you,
wouldn't need to.
okay, if you're not recommending, that one is obviously a
Mhm.
larger dollar amount.
it is.
Is that something you would recommend putting funds aside to do that later?
I
Or-
think we're going to need to put funds aside, especially for Clubhouse Road
Yes.
in
I
its
would-
entirety.
Yeah, okay.
And it's going to be far more than $500,000.
That's
You
what
know, I
well,
remember
that's what
year-
I'm thinking because that's why I'm curious.
That's just
And I
one
know
little
I
section.
asked you questions
No, that's fine.
Friday about these dollars because
Right.
I'm like, are these accurate dollars?
Right.
Um,
This is an accurate
as of today, but
price.
2
As
to
of
3
today.
years from now, it
It
could be
will-
$1 million. You don't know.
It
Yeah.
definitely could be, yes. As of today.
I remember years ago, like 2 and 3, 4, even 5 years ago, talked about Clubhouse Road, and we're still talking about Clubhouse Road. It's almost like we're giving that road, we keep promising them, and we're not doing anything. And that's a very bad look for councils to say we're going to do something. Because I remember sitting in the audience where these folks are sitting and hearing council talk about, well, next year we're going to do Clubhouse Road, and next year we're going to do Clubhouse Road.
Right.
Now I'm hearing it might be 3 to 5 years that we're going to do Clubhouse Road.
Correct.
And I think if that's truly what we're going to do, I mean, 5 years from now we may not be up here, but we need to stop promising folks stuff and not delivering. because that's a bad image that we have for any road. I don't care what road it is.
Yes, ma'am.
It's just, I feel very uncomfortable
Right.
knowing that it was on the list and now it's gone down the list. And I understand what you're saying about construction, but we have construction going on all over Sunset Beach. So it's just, I'm just uncomfortable that we promised them. I heard
Yes.
it, everybody else heard it,
Mhm.
and now it's not going to be. And it's a very heavily traveled road.
It is.
So
I,
just my comments, not trying to sway anybody. I'm just pointing that out.
I know we have no authority out this, but I just wish the builders on between the builder that's building that area that's off of Angel Trace would do a construction road from Angel Trace, which would put the trucks back onto Angel Trace and off of our roads. However, as long as they continue to use the roads we have, we're going to continue to have to repair them. And I agree with you, but to spend $500,000 to repair the road now, and in 3 years when they're done with construction, to do it again,
Right.
seems a waste of the rest of all the citizens' money to do the same road twice within 5 years. That's all.
There are multiple owners, right? Is that correct? Multiple
Of
owners
Angel
from-
Trace.
that cut through there that.
But there's only
intersect.
one that accesses
Right.
Clubhouse Road to do the
That's right.
construction that they're
That's
doing.
right. But the whole Angel Trace to do is multiple
Yeah.
owners.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yeah, there's three
You're
or
correct.
there are four, I
Four.
think.
I'd like to say that, I mean, I understand what you're saying as far as this construction and, what's going on in the area, but we've got to do something very soon with Clubhouse Road. And I'm not saying, mill and pave it. What I want, first of all, and we heard this in our conversation with the engineer, is, and particularly in that area between the two rice mills.
Yeah.
They told us they could go in and drill those areas and diagnose a problem. There's a great chance, a very great chance, that our problem in that section is coming from underneath the roadway. And we need to start a process now of trying to diagnose that. And, we're going to have to spend some money after July. We got to start somewhere and leap off on this thing.
Right.
And if we can come back, later on in the year, and, if you, like I say, if you don't want to mill and pave those whole things, that's fine. I respect that. I understand.
Mhm.
I know where you're coming from.
Right.
But we're going to have to do something with that asphalt. It's in bad shape now. The longer we leave it like that, the more water's penetrating it. We know what 27th Street looks like and how it's humped up.
Right.
What causes that is the water penetrating it and floating things back up. I mentioned to you when we had that 12 inches of snow, I really thought that you had come and thrown some sand on my street. But what it was this water penetrated it and brought the subgrade up because the street was actually muddy
Yes.
from the subgrade riding up that. That's very critical to me right now. If we've got to get something going to start a plan and a process to get this thing going. And listen, we could plan for it now and put everything in place. And when you say, we're ready to pull the trigger, then we can do it. But we've got to start somewhere with that. I would like to see us take care of these bad areas, just because it's going to make a problem worse and worse and worse if we don't going forward.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Sea Trail West, we skipped that one.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
That's in fairly good condition. In the report, it was ranked, I think, third, but this is a fairly good road
Okay.
compared to
Well,
a lot of others.
And I think it goes back to Katie's comment that this report from McGill, an accurate, updated report from them, is imperative.
Yes.
And I appreciate all this you put together, but I also think we've got to see that report
Yes.
maybe before we finalize, excuse me, what we're funding here, because to me, we know some streets were left off the report. Some didn't seem to be modified from the last time it was done. To me, it questions the accuracy of the report in some, especially if you're saying one of the top streets really isn't
that bad.
a bad street.
When we know
Again-
40th Street is awful. I mean,
Yeah,
we've all
exactly.
seen that, and I've probably got more calls on that road
Mhm.
than any road.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
pitted. It's just underneath it looks like it's not right. I'm not an engineer. I don't have no idea what that is, but I know it doesn't look right.
Right.
And that's not on here. So
Correct.
we really need to have an accurate
Yeah.
I agree.
analysis from experts
Right.
on what roads are bad and why they're bad and how much is it going to cost, rather than like we're looking at all this and it's confusing because down at the bottom it's got recommended not to do from contractor. I don't really know why we're even just
Right.
why we're talking about them if we're not going to do them.
Right.
When we have other roads that are.
Mhm.
Understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can do is keep reaching out to them. I mean, I can't produce the report, so I can nag them
Yeah.
every single day until
Yeah.
we get something.
Well, we pay for that.
I understand.
We pay for that, and we
Yeah,
need
we
an
paid like
accurate report.
$10,000 for it. I believe
Yeah.
it was $10,000 that we paid for it,
Right.
and it was just piecemeal.
And they know what we want as a town back.
Yes,
So,
yes,
we
we've
need-
talked with
we need to get
McGill
it.
and Associates
Correct.
several times on their product not being good, that it's a defective product, and
Yeah.
so
So
we
maybe
either
we can
need
have the administrator.
We either need $10,000 back from them, or so that we can apply it to a different vendor to get some accurate information.
And maybe
Thank
if
you.
we can have administration reach out to them again, that report is critical, and accurate, up-to-date report is critical.
Okay. I will say the numbers you've gotten is very good, from your contractor. That does give us a very good idea of what current prices are today, to base decisions off of and stuff like that.
Yeah, and another thing is too, I wanted to mention this. Obviously, with what's happening in the world, these prices could obviously change
And they will.
in a week,
Yeah.
especially 2 or 3
Exactly.
months down the road. So,
Yeah.
like you said, getting that accurate report from the engineer would help us out tremendously, so we can at least pick the roads that we want to get.
The transportation and the manufacturing of the asphalt, that price is already going up. So.
Right. So with these next couple of slides, would you just like me to kind of push past those until we get a better report and I can get onto the
I think
streets?
you can talk about it briefly,
talk
but
about it?
no, we're probably not approving
Got it.
until we
Understand.
see the final report.
All right. So 27th Street I brought up last month as well. As you drive along 27th Street, as soon as you turn on from North Shore Drive West, it's bumpy. It's like you're going off-roading. It's fairly bad. So the price had come back as of today, $71,660 to level that out, pave it, and build the shoulders of how it needs to be done. And then 36th Street as well, paving that, restriping it, $62,400. So with those three, which again I know you're not approving anything today, but for those three, Old Point, 27th, 36th Street, it's a total of $232,000. $232,825.
Is that is the complete project cost? So that includes labor and it's
Material,
basically a turnkey.
labor, everything that the contractor had sent back to us as far as labor, materials, equipment used.
Okay, thank you.
That's what that would be. And then our last report last month was looking into a couple of the three fish streets, the three marl streets, marlin, sailfish, and dolphin. Contractor also looked at those, looking at removing the existing marl, which I told you all last month that it's a safety hazard. It's a nuisance. It's bad for our canals getting in after, like I said, after we've dredged everything and we're assessing these property owners, we're putting material back in. Even though it's fine, over time it builds up. We need to prevent that the best we can. So with these next three slides, it's like I said, it's marlin, sailfish, and dolphin, the exact same thing. Removing the marl, installing ABC stone, and paving it. They all are the same cost, $190,600 for each one.
I got a question for you.
Yes.
Previously, we've had other streets along other streets that were paved by the residents, distributing the cost between them.
Yes.
And do you know, is the price close to what these are?
I have not been a part of the paving side of it. Now, the rock on 17th Street is the closest, the one I remember the most. Obviously, that's a lot different as far as how much 57 slate cost compared to the asphalt and everything. But
I looked at, I'm going to jump ahead for a second.
yes, sir.
Paving those fish streets, if you wish. We, as a town, required other streets that were going to be paved for the residents or the owners of those houses along that street to actually split the money and pay for the paving.
Yes, sir.
To do these on town town dollars, we could very well open up ourselves to a lawsuit from the people who had to pay to have their street paved. And people say, well, the streets in, let's say, Sea Trail are paved. And I'm going to use this excuse. When Sea Trail, whoever was the developer there, when they put in all the infrastructure and paved the streets, part of their cost got built into the cost for the lots they sold. So these people, obviously, if they paid, they didn't pay for their house, for the streets to be paved. And I don't think we can throw all that expense onto the rest of the residents of this town. If they want to pay for their street to be paved, fine. But other than that, I don't think we should do that because we're opening ourselves up to a lawsuit from the other streets that we had the residents pay. So I think we've got to be very careful here that we don't do something that's going to get us in a real problem.
Do we know during that time when they were paved, were they town maintained streets? Do we know that?
No, they weren't.
They were
Well,
not.
not all of them. I know a lot of the streets that were just deeded to the town in the last 4 years or 5 years, which means, and they had to be tested to make sure they fulfilled what the town required as far as the depth and everything else. So most of these were done without being deeded to the town until later.
Because once it becomes a town maintained road, then we are supposed to maintain the roads. So we should do that. You've got the streets, what we call the fish streets on here. The other streets that are closer to the ocean that go toward the marsh, the runoff that runs that way. Are they paved? Are they unpaved? I'm trying to, in my mind, look at it, but I'm not out there. Because, the runoff is going to continue to run from those streets, the numbered streets, going to, bounce over canal, and then they're going to go on to the fish streets off into the canal. Has there been any look at that?
No, not immediately. The short streets, for example, 7th through 12th Street, we actually had refinished those with slate rock a few years ago. So the runoff coming from those streets is minimal.
And we own all those streets in comparison to the roads, or the streets that we didn't own, the town didn't own in the past, where those property owners were assessed. And I think that might be the difference.
Right.
So the slate was put on the half streets without any additional cost to the taxpayers. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, from what I understand, yes.
Okay.
Now, 17th Street, for example, homeowners went through the petition process. They wanted 57 slate because it used to be a marl road that we maintained, and they had to go through the process of petitioning, and we got the numbers back, and they were assessed, like you're talking about, Mr. Posner.
And I've always found that's a very strange process when you're a taxpayer. And if the town took over any road, there are also roads that are on the mainland that are not paved. Yeah. I personally feel like all the town roads should be brought up to a certain code. If they were taken over at some point, they met the criteria for the town to accept the roads. Mm-hmm. And once you're a town road, you should be, and that's where I was saying I felt like every street in our town, no matter what type of street it is, should be ranked on their report, not just look at certain ones. And just to see where we fall, because we do have to have some criteria. In theory, the experts telling us should be definitely one we should be looking at that data. We paid for that data for a reason to see, and whether sampling needs to be done or whatever to determine how to make the roads the best and last the longest that we can. But I'm a proponent for the runoff off of some of these island streets into our canals, which is costing us money, which we're then billing back to property owners who, you know, paid almost $8,000 due to sediment runoff that we're creating in a way. These are just the fish streets. I know I can see First Street, which is also, it's like a dust tunnel going through there. Even when y'all's cruise Sweet Main Street or the dust, I mean, it's unbelievable. And all of that is ending up in our stormwater. So I'm a proponent for all the streets in the town, mainland and island, that have not been paved. It's coming up with a plan to pave them. Unless there's some reason, unbeknownst to me, not to. To me, we should look at that. To me, that should kind of be a minimum standard to have a paved road in our town. And obviously, our taxpayers pay a good bit of taxes, so it should. To me, that the way it was given out, my understanding in the past, you had to go down your street and try to get 51% to sign on, and they're signing on to something having no clue what it's going to cost, because the town would never give them a cost until you had 51%. Then they would bid it out, and then they would say, here's your bill. To me, no one wants that. But that's my take on it. So I'm glad you're looking at it, because there's truly a safety environmental issue there with all that dust, not to mention what we're putting in the waterways.
If we're going to look at paving all the streets, as the Councilwoman's mentioned, I think it's got to be looked at a 5-year plan or more, because doing all of this in any
definitely.
1, 2, or 3 cycles is going to be astronomical. Okay, and in the meantime, we have to look at what the repercussions will be from, like I said, the residents who had to pay to have the street paved.
Right. And I agree, Mike. I also think it's a long, you know, unfortunately, we don't have funds unless somebody wants to give us millions of dollars to make this happen. We don't have the funds.
Assume what we can try to do is get the report back from the engineer, and then the same thing we did with the stormwater CIP years ago, put it into a 10-year plan, 5-year plan, however you would like to do it, dispersing the money. And then each year, you know, everyone knows, okay, my street's going to be repaved or rock, whatever the case is. However
It would be good to do immediate goal, 2-year goal, 3-year goal, 4-year goal, 5-year goal, and know that that's going to be fluid, that it'll change, but at least give the next year when we're looking at this, so we're not firing off questions at you, that it's already been looked at throughout the year.
Right.
And, you know, work with your folks, work with experts. You may even want to come up with some kind of little subcommittee that helps. What roads need to be immediate? Let's have some goals. If we're going to run government like a business, let's run it like a business. Let's have some short-term goals, long-term goals, immediate goals, and then with the option that it is a fluid list, so that we know next year when we're going into this that we identified these roads. We've had you to go out look, other people to go out and look, to say that these roads need to be done. This is how much money it's going to be, so that we're benchmarking accordingly rather than piecemealing these roads, because if not, we will never achieve anything but sit up here and discuss. And we'd rather have some action on the roads.
Excuse me, I have a question. We were talking about the Powell bill balances, and you said it's in the presentation.
Yes.
And if you would flip to that for me. I know you can come back. I just want to go back to that. I want to get a better reading. We're talking about $387,774, let's say, of saving balance, fund balance. Is that fund balance titled Powell bill, or is that just a balance?
I believe that's forgive me, but I believe that's just the excess that we've had left over that goes into the fund. I don't know if it's allocated just for Powell bill or not.
Okay, so that means that including the new revenues of $207,448, right now we have $595,000. I'm rounding numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got basically $795,000 by the end of 2025, 26 to use on roads.
Or is it total of
That's
$595, and then
the-
we've got to back out the $200?
Yeah, the 207 is included in that 595.
Okay, So we got 595,000 basically.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If you take a look at, and I'm gonna jump now back to where we were. If you look at what it's gonna cost for, you picked out the two areas that we're most concerned. Old Point is almost 100,000, and I'm 98. And if you look at 26th and 27th and 36th Street, you're looking at another 134. So we're looking at spending 234,000 of the 595,000. Okay, well, it should leave about 350 left for us to look at other options. And one of the other options may be, and I'm Clubhouse Road at the bridge, or maybe we should take a look and see what we can do with the runoff issues.
Right.
Okay, but that gives us,
Follow through with what you're saying. Another strategy would be to see what's our finance director can look at maybe in May and June, before we approve the budget, of course, to look at how much we would have left over from this budget. Take that money, those funds, and say we're going to earmark that for capital improvement for our roads, so that we will have additional dollars, because we know at the end of the year we're going to have additional dollars. Because we've trimmed some things. We've had some positions that have not been utilized to the max with the allotted amount of money that we used. So we could do some type of amendment. Our finance director would be key in this to find out how much it is. Take whatever amount that is, if we like this, and if streets are a priority to us, and take those funds and say that we're appropriating that to this budget, this fiscal year 27, and in 27, appropriate those funds so that we would have more money. Rather than 595, we might have $1 million. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know what the number will be, but hey, if it's 700, that's part of another road that we could do. Do you all like that strategy?
Yes.
I don't think it's a bad idea. We've got to get going. That's my thing.
Well, this is a way to get going.
Yeah.
And for the PAL bill balance, it said budgeted for this year, this fiscal year we're in, 200,000. Have we spent all of that 200,000? We have not.
No, we have not.
Okay. So how much left, roughly, do we have left in this year's budget?
I think it's about 130,000, I believe, something along those lines.
130.
And some of that will be for like minimum repair. Say you have a pothole.
Patches,
We
things
know
like that.
that's not cheap. That takes some money. Or gravel needs to go somewhere else. Or so it's 130 right now, but we're only in April, so it could be diminished.
Could be, yes, absolutely.
So
And I
about
mean,
two and a half months
if we
left
have, yeah, I
in this
mean,
budget year.
for example, the section on Clubhouse, if we absolutely want to do something like that, that's $25,000. I mean, that's within our means to do it this year.
So do you recommend that we do that with these dollars?
I mean, why not? I mean,
Okay.
we have other places, like I said, there's a couple on 40th Street there's patches that we've patched, so to speak, with our rock and everything that need to be paved over, so we can utilize those monies to kind of patch those. And
We
at
know
least in some
40th.
areas.
We know 40th Street is going to get worse with the
Right.
traffic as the season
Correct.
progresses.
Right.
It's already in poor shape now. It's
Mhm.
not going to get better.
Right.
It's
I
a lot to
believe-
look at.
Yeah,
Lot
but
to
I
look
believe
at.
what we can do is reach out to the contractors, and we have certain contractors that are, smaller companies that their bread and butter is patches, potholes, things like that. So they should be able to reach back out to us fairly soon and maybe get something in the works with that.
And some things I think too, Matt, you've got to look at, obviously, as I know you do, but look at, is it worth should we patch it, or should we get it right?
Right.
Because to me, we don't want to just throw money to patch when what we really need to do is pay, or whatever. That's
Right.
your area to recommend. But I do feel, again, this report from McGill is vital in us looking at, is it, because, so I know many things were addressed within that report. So to have an accurate data there that we did pay for that. So.
Okay. I understand.
And just remember, this report from McGill is just a surface review.
Correct.
Right.
We still need the underneath to address the problem correctly.
Right.
But I want to say somewhere in the public works concept, we've got to get into also going around and crack sealing these roads too. For instance, some of the roads that were repaved in 21 now are starting to show a lot of wear and tear, and we're getting cracks in them. If we don't do anything with those cracks and just let it go, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to have this penetration again. And the money we spent 5 years ago, well, in 2 more years, it's going to start falling apart, and we got to invest more money into it. The preventive maintenance of the surface of our roads has got to go a long way, and there's methods that we can do. We spoke about it, got a chance to go see something here later on in April, or later on this month up in Wilmington of a process, and we've got to take a hard look at it, because if not, for every money for the dollars we don't spend, we're going to spend $10 or $15 at this point now, to try to catch up, and we're falling behind. Is the best thing I can say as far as that. Right.
So in summary, before you go to stormwater, because I don't want to lose the momentum we have here.
Okay.
We'd like for you to go back to McGill, and administrator, you go back and that's key.
Okay.
Whether you get it or not, what looks bad. Give us a priority list, broken down by years. Have our work with our finance director to find out appropriately what would be appropriated for next year.
Okay.
What we could appropriate that amount, so that we can look at doing a capital improvement plan truly for our roads.
Right.
Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, and go out to at least for 4 years, so that we know. And we know that it'll be adjusted throughout the years. But that will help us with benchmarking, and I think that would help you too, to be focused on what needs to be done, including in that or also the maintenance that need to be done, and the quick fixes that we can do, like the sealing.
Okay.
I think that would be most beneficial to the council.
Do it. All right. So the next is stormwater, and as I told you all last month, these are the 3 that we're looking at doing this year. These are all labor, material, cost included. So like I said, the total for these numbers is $230,000. Is there a possibility to get it cheaper? There may be. This is off of one contractor that's given me numbers. There's multiple contractors around that we've used in the past. Some are cheaper, some are more expensive. So, it all depends. We may be able to work with some extra money depending on how this goes with our contractors.
This price you're showing us here for catchment 7, is that the remaining amount of money we have as far as work? Or what
It's catchment 37.
37. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, let me get
I read that first. I read that way too. So.
Yes.
Do we know any of the other roads that need the reinforced concrete pipe throughout? I mean, you've got one on here with Sea Trail Drive, which was your first one. Do we know other ones that need the concrete? Because I know you're moving from the metal to the concrete.
Yeah, there's it's actually it's Main Street on West Main Street, from about 36th Street all the way out to, I think it's called Mad Inlet, what they call it.
Okay.
The majority of that is metal pipe, 15-inch metal pipe. So that's going to have to be redone. The state should replace that. It's in their right of way. But we do look at it, and we try to maintain it as far as servicing and vacuuming, cammering, stuff like that. But we reach out to NCDOT every so often to let them know the updates on it. So, I mean, that's something that, in my mind, needs to go through the state instead of us having to pay for. But that's a big area, and yes, there are other areas around town that have metal pipes that will be changed out throughout the years.
That particular project, the 36 through Mad Inlet, where is the pipe at? Is it right under our parking that's been put in?
It is.
Great. Yeah. Okay. I figured it was.
It is. It's right off the bike path.
So it's on the south side?
It's on the
west?
north side.
North.
North
Okay.
side.
Okay, north.
Not
okay.
the ocean side.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Your
Where all the
sec-
car parking is.
Your second item, the right-of-way drainage, is
Mhm.
that for everywhere all over town?
It's just for a certain area. My goal is over the years is to actually open up all the right-of-way drainage
Mhm.
in the non-permitted stormwater permitted areas. So parts of C-Trail we wouldn't do. That's HOAs, POAs, and things of that nature that have stormwater permits. But there's a lot of areas within our jurisdiction that we need to open up.
So
Why?
the 85,000 would be,
It's two
could you
areas.
give us a hint on what it would be?
So it's as far as the area where the area
Yes,
is at.
I mean, you just got
So
right-of-way
this
drainage, does
this particular area is on Kings Trail
Kings Trail.
and Sea Trail. And what it is that there's a lot of culverts, pipes underneath your driveways that they've filled in over the years. There's nowhere for the water to go. There's no way for the water to get off our road. So as it sits there, it's infiltrating underneath our asphalt, which is damaging our roadways. So it's opening up these swales, essentially, to let the water flow and cutting down the edge of the road so the water can get off the road.
What about the catchment 37? Where exactly for?
Catchment 37 is off of, it's at the intersection of Great Oak Circle and Mill Slough. It's been on our CIP for many years now. And it seems as if every time we bring this up, it's overpriced. It doesn't necessarily meet like eyesight and everything, surface value of what needs to be done as far as it's not flooding so much, but it does capture water. It does get into private property, backs up into private property every so often.
I've heard a lot from property owners on that one.
So
So
we need to address that.
Is a drainage easement required for that?
No.
No.
If we wanted to do it 100% correct, then maybe I say 100% correct. If we could help out every single homeowner, then there would have to be a private easement established. And I don't know if that's the direction that council would really want to go, because then every single homeowner would probably want their own private easement.
yeah,
And the proposal is to do a 15-inch reinforced concrete pipe there to not have flooding on Great Oak.
So it's pretty much, in the right of way, we would install a catch basin, capture the water,
Right.
and take it down into the ponds that we have on Mill Slough. Any other questions on stormwater?
Those three projects cost estimated 230.
Yes. All right, beach erosion, which is the walkways. Again, these are prices off of contractors that we've used. So what we had to reach out to it's a company called Ardura, which is an engineering firm that we've used for beach walkways in and of itself. In order to add the 18th Street walkway, which we don't have any plans for, it was an extra $15,000 to I think it's like $15,000 for them to draw up the plans, design them, and everything. We have not submitted that payment to them yet, because it's a decent amount of money. This 18th Street in and of itself is in fairly good condition. The only issue with this one is that where it steps out into the beach, it's actually in between two dunes. So as long as we're able to keep those maintained and keep them open, the walkway itself is fine, to where next year what we can do is add that onto the list. And I guess what I'm saying is taking 18th Street off for this year and just having 7th and 32nd Street, which would be $385,000. So anyway, moving forward into next year, having the 2 or 3 walkways that we present to you all, which I do have a list of updated walkways, what we've completed, what we haven't. I can send you all after this meeting. And then also using the engineering firm and grants to better help us with the pricing and everything.
So does your
Weren't these 3 walkways also on the list last year to be done?
2 of them were 7th Street. So the past couple years were 5th Street, 7th Street, and 32nd Street.
Okay.
We essentially rebuilt 5th Street in-house with
Okay.
our crew. So we took that off the list. but yes, two of them they've been on the list for a couple of years now, especially 7th Street.
So the spreadsheet you have is a ranking of all the beach accesses
Correct.
and how, okay, because
Well, and-
like I told you, I've
yeah.
been told there was one. I
Yeah.
think it would help residents to know where there's ranks
Correct. Yeah.
or when they might expect
Yes.
any changes. But these are ones you feel like you've got to outsource totally.
Yes.
Okay.
With the work that we do in the winter time, with stormwater, especially maintaining our easements and our stormwater systems, it's a lot for us to take a month or two out of our work to try to rebuild just one of these.
How much would it save if y'all did it versus?
A great deal, I'd assume. Really all we'd be paying for is the material at that point.
You just pop off the board and replace it?
It's a lot more
Okay,
in depth
I
than
didn't
that. You're taking off pylons and resetting pylons, and
So you're redoing all
you're
that?
redoing the entire walkway
Okay.
from start to finish.
I
You
know
mentioned,
some have just been popped off. I know like 28. it
Oh
was
yeah,
just
occasionally.
popping
That's
off,
just those are just minor
Yeah.
repairs, rotten boards, things like that. But no, it's a lot more in depth than.
you mentioned grants in here. What kind of grants, and have we received grants before? And will that preclude us from doing anything with what our parking is on the island? I know that's 3 questions that I just asked, but
First question
the
is
first question was, have we received grants before?
we have.
And
We
what
have.
are they?
They were. I don't know the exact grants. That was previous administration that had reached out for that. But a few years ago, I think we did 8 walkways in a year, and we pretty much got, I believe, at least half of it funded by grants. Last year, we did not receive any grants. That's why we did not do any walkways.
Basically, I think
It was
the state
applied for.
gave
but-
the money to other
correct.
communities.
They were applied, but we never received any.
So are we
funds.
applying this year, or when is the time frame to apply to get grants?
24th of April. So we
So
can.
are we applying?
We're definitely gonna try to at least put our name in there and.
What is
see
the
what
grant
happens.
called? The grant that's due in
It's the
like 13
coastal-
days, 10 days, 11 days.
I think it's through CAMA. It's a coastal.
Okay, and there's any restrictions there? I mean, we got it before.
Don't believe so. I don't believe there's any major restrictions, but I can.
Do we know why we did
finalize.
not receive it last year? Was there any feedback
It-
given?
Not that I know of. Again, this was.
Okay.
We didn't have any part of applying for the grant last year.
So
That was
are y'all
administration.
applying for it, or is the administration applying for it?
We'll be. Ken is helping us through
Okay.
it,
Okay.
but we'll be the ones
Okay.
putting in all the numbers and.
Okay.
things like that.
When do you find out if you get the grant or not?
Great question. I'll have to find that out. Yeah. I mean, again, like I said, I haven't applied for one, so
Maybe send
It's
us the
hard.
name of the grant, and we'll do some research too on that.
Okay,
That's
that'd be
fine.
good.
Yeah.
all right. Beach walkway questions anymore?
No.
Will they, if we go through this process and we get a grant, we hire a contractor, are they widening it also, or just keeping it the same width?
Keep it in the same way.
Okay.
If we widen them for any reason, we have to go through CAMA for a minor permit.
Okay.
And homeowners as well, getting permission,
Right.
depending on how much we widen them. All right. The next one is the community center fence. Last time we had talked, you all wanted some pictures of what the fence would look like, double panel, wooden fence. So both contractors that we had reached out to for the pricing on this gave us some pictures for y'all to look at. That way, at least you have an idea of what behind the community center would potentially look like.
I wasn't sure the chain link part, what that goes with.
About
That might be showing that.
that
Right.
was for the gate at the front.
So the gate will be chain
Chain
link
link.
and the rest.
Yes.
Can that gate not be the wood?
I don't believe it could be wood. I mean, we can ask, but that's
Be a
just
lot
their
heavier.
that's generally that's what they do as far as gates go.
My thing is you're going to be able to see everything because you're entering from the
You are.
looking straight on. So to me, you're putting this beautiful fence around to hide everything, and then you're going to have it all seen from the front.
I think it may have to do with weight as well,
Yeah.
because that does not weigh nearly as much as what a wooden
Yeah.
gate would
Isn't
weigh.
there like a screening or something that can go through the chain?
There is.
That
Yeah.
would mask it.
Okay.
It's not gonna look as nice as wood, but at least you wouldn't be able to see through it.
Correct.
Yes.
That'd be good, a screen.
Slats.
Remind us how much, I was looking back, I couldn't find it, how much it was when you gave this to us. I know we're looking at what
One
the
was
visual is.
one was just over 17,000, and the other one with no warranty that we know of, and the other one was right at 28 to 30,000 with
25.
with a
Thank you.
15-year warranty, I believe it is. So craftsmanship warranty and things of that nature. So rotting. So anything that happens throughout that time frame, they come back and replace it.
Oh wait, that was the paving one.
And historically, I don't think that would last much longer than 15.
Probably.
Are we looking at any type of camera out here to observe our equipment? Because we're putting a lot of equipment out here. Will there be any security?
As far as I know, other than the gate and fence itself, unless Chief has any.
Mr. Clamer, I know you had proposed 4, and we thank Sunset Vision for their donation of one of the cameras. I think you gave us a quote for 4, and then they're giving us a camera, so then maybe we have 3 that we're paying for. Could at least,
There were several in the police department's proposal to bring up the rest of what we have with our current vendor up to Verkada. It's possible that our IT provider that manages the cameras in this building, and I think that's what the fire chief was going to look at too, was using that IT vendor. I can work with him and see if he can get us a quote for something there at the community center.
wonderful.
I think the majority of
I
the-
like that. Do you all see
Oh, yeah.
the value in putting a security camera out there? Okay, I just don't.
Yeah, I mean,
wanna
the,
make
the
sure you
majority of
all
the
are in
material
agreement.
that would be placed there is similar to what you see in our parking lot here, which while that is under a camera, it's not behind a fence.
Mhm.
So the difference here is that you'd have to breach the fence to get to what's back there.
Yeah.
But I agree, a camera's probably a good idea.
And Matt, and looking, I'm not seeing in last time's presentation or this one, the cost. The costs were for the paving.
I thought I
The
put the
fence costs, what are the fence costs for the fence?
The 17,000 was for one contractor. I do remember that. And like I said, the other one was right around 28 to 30,000
Okay.
for the second contractor.
Yeah, 'cause
And that
I'm
one had
showing-
come with the warranty.
okay.
Question. Where is the second access point? You have a photo-eyed gate, I think, on the back of the property. That where it's at?
Yes, it is. So once you come in off of Station Trail, you'll access the fenced-in area by the chain link fence gate.
Okay.
And then pretty much what you would do is go straight back to a double wooden gate for our department to get out and sidearm the ditches and maintain the easements.
I think it's a very inexpensive method of cleaning up the fact that we have all this stuff in our parking lot, and we're also, if we're looking to find a real place for you long term, this
Very
is
nice.
something that will, for the next few years, will
Right.
carry us through.
So, Miss Batchelor, the prices for one contractor was right at 18,000, 17,794,000. And then the other contractor was 32,400.
For basically the same thing.
Basically the same thing, but with the comfort of a warranty.
15.
The 32,000 has a 10-year warranty,
15.
15.
I think she said 15. You said.
I believe it was a 15 warranty. But yes, it does come with that warranty. No, it was a 10-year warranty. I'm sorry.
10?
10.
Okay.
I thought that's what you said.
What does it warranty? I mean, I would think the fence isn't really an issue, but the gate might be more.
The gate would be anything coming off the tracks, the motor brakes, anything like that. they would replace or obviously fix anything that's wrong with that. There's a termite warranty inside of that the wood starts to get eaten out. They replace that. They'll replace the whole section of it. Throughout time, if they don't set a pole and the concrete doesn't set up the right way, if it starts to lean, they'll come back, they'll replace it, things like that, without any charge to us.
Man, is the $17,000 quote, does that include a mechanical gate or is that a manual gate?
So this is a manual gate with because we don't have the power out there right now to make it a
So the picture here with that's just a picture of the gate. We can disregard the motor.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. This is all powered. If I'm not mistaken.
I don't think the $17,000 is, which might be the difference in the quote. I'm seeing
Yes. So
a roll gate
yes, that's a
and then
15. Yeah, roll gate for the cheaper price. Yes. Now his thing was the expense would come up if we needed to have a remote gate, so to speak, the power gate. Yes.
So both
I'm
are for
sorry.
a roll gate? Both quotes are for a roll gate?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay. So no power?
No power.
Okay. If you think of a wood roll gate, it's too heavy to roll.
I mean, I would think that,
Okay.
but
That's
again, we can reach
Asking
out.
for the look.
Yeah, we can
Curious.
reach out, make it consistent. All
Because
right.
to me, a look of this kind of gate, the chain link fence, looks more like it would be in an industrial area, not in a neighborhood.
Right.
I mean, you've got a property right across that's going to be.
Yeah, there's a few houses right there.
Yeah.
So. Okay. All right. The gazebo and street lights. Most of these prices, it's the same slides that we had last time. The difference is that we did add the solar options that I had mentioned to you all last time. So we got some prices. There's some pictures that we have taken to show you the difference of lighting around town that we already have in certain subdivisions. We did not find any nautical themed heads, so to speak.
Well, thank you for looking.
Yes, ma'am. So the solar options. So this first slide right here is actually down by the boat ramp. Currently, this is one that we installed last year in February, along with another one on the island by the gazebo. We haven't had any issues with it at all. 365 days a year, it's lit. This one stays bright all night long. The one at the gazebo, we dim it down after 1 o'clock in the morning, and then around 5 o'clock in the morning we kind of bring it back up. So we have that ability to lower the luminaires. But it comes with a bunch of different heads on it, as you see right here. We have the essential look right now, but there's, like I said, there's a few different options you can choose from, more decorative instead of the generic light head. Yeah, we do have prices.
Have you run any numbers on the cost, the advantage to doing solar over the long term, or is that something?
It's gonna be. We actually talked with the when we had our meeting and everything before they sent over the prices. You know, that was a question we asked was, how long would it take for us to see any kind of? And the gentleman said, you know, it's going to take a few years before you see any kind of, as far as the top of the price paying for it right now and reaping the benefits, so to speak, later on.
Wonder
So
what a few years is. That a few as in 2 or 3, or is
at
that
least
5 or
5.
7?
He said at least
5 years.
Yeah, from when we pay for it to when we might be seeing any kind of.
And the warranty on it to last, did I see 7 to 10 years?
So it's an 8-year warranty
8 years.
with the head and the pole and everything, but it's the lifespan of the batteries that are installed is 10 to 12 years. And what we've learned from this particular company is that they're continuously testing their products So even by that time, it could be the next time we replace the battery, it might be 15 to 20 years later after that, after we replace the battery. So as long as we're keeping these poles maintained, I believe the 8-year warranty, it'll surpass that warranty as far as chipping and cracking and anything of that nature.
What's the warranty on the other lights?
The Brunswick electric lights.
Yeah.
So theirs is pretty much, it's, if it gets hit, if it cracks, if it breaks for any reason, they come out. It's a
And
it's a
replace it
paid-in
totally.
warranty.
Yeah, so it's included.
It is.
You said that which is the slide, excuse me, that we see now.
Oh,
That is at the boat ramp.
yes, ma'am.
Is that look anywhere else where you're looking to replace these?
Is that
That look. I mean, I'm trying to find.
It's at the
if we're- if
gazebo.
we
The
wanna
only
get-
other one is at the gazebo that we have.
'cause we kind of, I think we would want a consistent look.
Correct. Yeah.
Rather than, because that is very different looking
Mm-hmm.
than the lampshades. And it's not a lampshade, but I'm
Well,
using
the
the word
ones
as a
out there are
lampshade.
very, I mean, are we just talking streetscape here? Is that all we're talking about?
Well, I would assume you guys want the gazebo and streetscape
Right, well,
the same.
yeah.
Yeah, that's all we're talking
But
right
that's
now.
all you're talking, because
Yes,
you've got
ma'am.
a picture here of the streetscape,
Mhm.
so that's why I was, yeah, I mean, to me, the decorative light looks the best of the options you've given us. It's nowhere near what's out there right now. I hate we can't just replace the bulbs or in there. I mean,
Right.
to me, I don't know if we've explored any other options to get that where those could just work. That would be the best scenario, but I don't know
Well-
if there's other problems with them or not. I know, but there again, Brunswick Electric was supposed to cover those forever, and they're not. So, but it sounds like they're going to replace them. So, like, for example, if we were to pick the decorative light, will they replace that for free? That one?
The
No,
if we
I don't
replace,
think so.
You said some would be replaced if they're messed up.
if they're
If they
they're
can't
out,
replace them,
if
if they're
they're out, they replace them for free. If
Right.
they're not out, it's $100 per pole.
Right.
So it's $900 that we would be spending right now to replace the poles that aren't out. And
Okay.
you can get the entirety of streetscape and the gazebo done for $900 essentially.
Right.
But it would be like
And they're
you
warranted and covered
Right.
with them to
The-
replace everything.
and it's also the lowest power rate of a month too. It's $14 a month to pay for electric on those. The double heads are $28. 'cause
Right.
it's-
Now, what about the solar option you gave? What's the cost of that to buy those?
So right off the bat, it's $79,458.
79,000.
Like I said, that's where
Okay.
that's just for streetscape.
Ooh, you just added some zeros.
Yeah, so,
That's
so we're
what-
so we're
at
over
the end.
100,000 for this solar.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, this is the long term effect
Okay.
is what it is. If any reason we have obviously hurricanes, right? We get that a lot, flooding. All right. So the lights that are on grid now, they'll go out, whereas these aren't. So there's emergency vehicles, pedestrians walking that can still see. So that's kind of their take on it, and what's happened in all the areas that they have these products. And it's not just this company; it's other solar companies around that. Their products working when others aren't. When the
So the
grid's out.
solar company, the solar option, in 5 years, it'll pay for itself, right? That what you're
Correct.
saying?
Yeah.
And then
pretty
it's
close.
it's a safer option when we have,
It-
I mean, we live on the coast. It's just a matter of time before we have a hurricane.
Mhm.
And you're saying that with the solar option, regardless of what's going on, it's going to be powered.
It's
We'll
provided.
be able to see
Lights
at
provided.
nighttime.
Unless
So
it's
that-
blown away.
Well, it's rated for over 180-mile-per-hour winds. So,
Oh, Mr.
we won't
Claiborne,
be here either.
as our police chief, what would you recommend for safety? Because safety is priceless.
Sure. With storms, I mean, we're subject to a power failure. We have a power failure now. We don't have any lights on the island, and it's dark over there
Yes.
at nighttime. I think an option that would allow us to continue to have light is going to be the most safe. And if we can accomplish that with solar, yeah, it's an upfront cost, but we're going to see the return on investment over the couple of years. Similar to a few years ago, we changed out all the lights in our town-owned buildings to LED. It's a costly venture up front, but it ended up paying dividends in the long run.
I know we laughed when we heard the amount,
Mhm.
but if we want to be strategic and we want to position ourselves for savings, this is a way that you do it. It also gives a more consistent look, if that's important to you all. I don't know if it's important, a consistent look throughout town, for it to be the same. For me, it's important to have a consistent look, but it may not be important to you all.
What's the maintenance on these?
It's very little.
Because I'm putting solar panels on my security cameras in my house.
Right.
And I've been warned by the manufacturers that they have to be regularly cleaned because dust or bird residue will block out part of of their ability. And it's not like we have birds on the shore.
Mhm.
Well, what better place to roost is on the top of a solar panel?
Right. Yeah, I understand that. So these solar panels aren't flat; they are at an angle. So
So are mine.
okay. So I don't know how often.
I have those at my house too. I built my house 6 years ago. I've never had to clean them. So hopefully,
I hope
with
not.
with the pitch for your house. But what you're talking about is this is open.
Here.
We don't have the pitch, the roof.
Yeah, well, mine
cover
would be off. It's being put on the side of the house.
Yeah.
On the side of the house with a
Mhm.
pitch.
So as far as maintenance goes, it's minimal.
Okay.
And don't get me wrong, I know it's a big price, and like I said, that was only for streetscape, so I understand, the questions and everything. And it will take years to kind of reap the benefits, so to speak.
5 years, you said. 5 years.
That's what we were told. Yeah. So.
And it's a safety issue because, as the chief said, it's dark out there. And if we can help our first responders in any way, I think that's key. I don't live on the island, but if I lived over there, I sure would want you all to be able to see to get to me.
So this is a picture right here of what streetscape would look like with all the lights working. Where we would have heads right now. Again, I mean, this is the gazebo parking lot. Right now, if you go over to the gazebo, you can barely see anything.
Yeah, we need some lighting there because
Right.
it's,
Right.
yeah.
So the other thing was moving away from the solar panels for right now was the lighting option. I know you all mentioned that you guys don't want the typical, or didn't want to see the typical street lights that are on like Main Street, which again, we have different options. Brunswick Electric provides different options as far as poles. Again, you're looking at these poles right here, the stand-up poles,
Yeah.
black, a little bit more decorative. But as you get into decorative poles, you're losing the lighting aspect of it. You're losing the safety side of it. So kind of pick and choose. What would you like? Would you have it aesthetically pleasing or safety oriented? So
Like the decorative one, this one right here, that one in your picture. Is that globe glass? What is that?
I believe that one's glass.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not plastic, so
Not plexiglass.
well, I mean, I didn't get up there and hit it.
Somebody might want to target practice with you.
Well, we might want to check and see. I mean, to me, that one's the most attractive one. But
Okay.
there's no way the lights that are there to get bulbs in them to work. We've
So-
exhausted that resource.
The bulbs are, they're not supplied by Brunswick Electric. They're out from Brunswick Electric as far as providing them, I guess. They said they're not being produced anymore, something along those lines. Another thing that we encountered was when we had an issue at the gazebo with a part hanging down for
Right.
months. The bolt had rusted out from all the sea air and everything. So, getting those off and replacing them, who's to say that it goes back in and will it fit the right way? Can we find the bulbs for it in general?
So we haven't exhausted looking for it other than Brunswick Electric saying they're not providing them.
Yeah, I mean, no, we haven't, only because you're looking at using fire department to get up there and actually change out the bulbs. We don't have a machine that's able to get up there and change the bulbs. Can't use a ladder. Not going to work. An extension ladder. We tried it. I couldn't
That's
reach.
unsafe.
We don't have a bucket truck. We have a basket to hang banners, but it does not get high enough up. So are we going to use the fire department every single time that we need to change out a bulb?
Okay.
Man, if we went with the solar lights, will they be the same height as what we have out there now?
Yeah, we can actually change the heights how we want to. I
Okay.
mean, they can stay the same height. We can get 30-foot poles. We can get 20-foot poles.
Okay. And then what is the anchoring system as far as how it's in the
It's
ground?
5 feet in the ground, concrete encased
Okay.
with a ground rod.
So you need some direction on which way we're going to go. I mean,
Yeah, I mean
so
that's
that you know what to put in the budget.
yeah. So it's whatever head you guys would like, or the solar option. Which, like I said, I was just bringing that up
Yeah.
so you guys at least know there's
Well,
cost.
I first started off talking about aesthetics.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about safety, I have to put my thoughts of something looking nicer. I have to put that aside. What is safer? What is a long-term investment for the town, for our taxpayers to have? So for me, I don't know where you all are on this, but I like the solar better. I know it's cost more right now, but the return and for the safety and for the continuity of the look out there.
I agree on looking and putting the solar in there, but I would like to know, one of the things we're going to have to be careful of is how high his budget goes. So we should know what it's going to cost for that and what it's going to cost to remain the same for another year or two. Because when it comes down to looking at the bottom line of all the numbers, we may say, let's take the nice stuff off this year and throw it on for another year.
Correct.
We can't get it all done on, as much as I'd like to.
I understand that.
I think we should look at it both ways.
I agree with that. I prefer the decorative light for the aesthetic of it. It's a much
one,
better
right?
look. Yeah, I mean, of the options given, obviously, I like the ones out there, but if they can't be utilized for various reasons, it is what it is. And the way they are,
Mhm.
they're old looking, which suits a beach area. But anyway, my concern with the decorative light is that glass or not? I'd like to know if it's glass or not, or is it, what type of glass, what kind of winds and stuff would it get? Or obviously if somebody shoots it, that's a whole nother issue. But I don't love the look of the solar, but I understand I'm concerned about the 100,000 plus investment in this year's budget, because we are, as y'all know, looking at not what you want to hear when I'm like, we could pave a lot of roads with $100,000
I thought it was 80,000
That's for streetscape.
only.
Okay. So what total?
I believe it was 28,400 or 343 for the gazebo.
Okay.
So you're looking at over $100,000.
Around 110.
Right.
What would be the timeline if we did the solar to,
Install.
yeah,
Is that what
install?
you're saying? So say July, we were able to order them. I think last time we got them in 3 months. So you're looking at September. By Thanksgiving, Christmas, they would all be installed.
If we spent this $100,000, what's the timeline to get them all installed if you ordered in July?
December, Christmas.
December. Is that that's like every day that you're out there working on them?
We could probably get 3 done a day. at
You
least.
all can install them though.
Yes.
You don't have to
We
hire
installed
anybody?
the other 2.
What's the method of you? I guess you have to dig a footer, is what you said. Open it up and all that. Okay.
No.
No?
We just dig a hole 5 feet deep.
Mhm.
We used post hole diggers the last time we did them. And then set the pole inside of it with our backhoe, strap the backhoe to it, sit it down, put it in concrete, let it sit for a day, and then we put the head on the following day with the assistance of fire department.
So that we have a true cost analysis, would you do a little homework on truly, I mean, well, you gave us an estimate,
Mhm.
but it would be better for us to have a true cost analysis of
return.
what what our
Right.
return on our investment
Mm-hmm.
would be. Because we certainly don't want to go by, we think it's 5 years and then 5 years, we just need
Right,
to know.
I don't-
We need to know true numbers.
And also the true numbers of the true cost, because if you're having, I figured that was an installed price. So if you're having to install them as well and do all that, we need all y'all's labor and materials and all that factored into this cost as well.
And it also might not hurt if you got a price on maybe renting some sort of a lift or something too, so we're not tying the fire department up all the time as well.
Gotcha.
Will do. Any more questions for him?
No, but thank you for all the
Thank
Just,
you.
just real
legwork
quick,
you've
this
done.
head we're looking at right here, this bulb we're looking at lens right here,
Yep.
that is not the solar powered light. That's not a okay. I just want to make sure. All
It
right.
is not.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have 5 minutes just after the break. Council, we'll come right back.
I took my 5.
All right, we'll be continuing. Next up is our building and inspections. Mr. Kerry White, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I guess I'm here to find out if I need to pull my truck back. And so if there's any questions or anything concerning the request, if I need to answer any more questions or whatever.
My understanding, as I recollect, the truck will be purchased from funds within the building and inspection department.
Yes, sir.
And that's the only place, only the money, the only building and inspection money received can only be spent for building and inspections.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So I personally don't see any reason to not get the truck.
Okay.
Because you're going to end up turning the other truck over to
the planning department, transfer it over to the planning department.
I also have no issue with Carrie, you purchasing that, and, you know, thank you for always looking at your dollars and having them spot on and everything, I think.
I'm in support of it. I didn't know that there was an issue.
Well,
Yeah.
you know,
We
I
gave
just-
you the thumbs up
yeah,
the
yeah.
last time to go for it.
Okay, I just
Um,
wanted
yeah.
to make sure everything was still
Absolutely.
good.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Okay.
All
Thank you.
good.
If there's any other questions or anything, just let me know.
Thank you.
All right.
That.
Okay. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Next up, we events.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize for my lateness in getting you my proposal. I was waiting for a couple of dollar figures until after 5 o'clock on Friday. So this is my most updated numbers. I think we can skip the first page of my presentation. That's just goes back to what we had discussed as far as where the money goes in the budget between the accommodations tax and the general fund, and go to sunset at sunset. I did make some adjustments here. Under transportation, I reduced the number of buses to 2 in order to bring the number down. At the same time, on Saturday, I did see that another company was able to provide school buses. So I reached out to them first thing this morning to try to get a better number if they could do school buses. They cannot do school buses, but if they do the 2 executive buses, which are the 27 passenger buses, they can beat this number by about $1,000. So I would be able to sharpen that a little bit more as well. The additional thing that we changed was the lights for overnight security. I spoke with Matt, and he felt that if we did 3 lights versus 5 lights, we would be able to light the park well enough, and we wouldn't need to pay for those additional lights. The other thing that I brought down was the t-shirts. I had put the t-shirts in at $2,500. I've left $1,000 in there. And that is based on if we did sell all of the t-shirt inventory that we have in stock now, I would need to purchase some additional t-shirts for staff and volunteers to wear at the event. The company that we've purchased from in the past does not have something like a QR code where people could go online and purchase their own t-shirt if they liked it. That'd be something more like a cafe press, which we could do, but the t-shirt cost into each t-shirt per cost, it would increase substantially. So we'd have to sell them for more, between $15 and $20 rather than the $12 that we sell them for. And then I brought the advertising down just to $800, just to reduce that. I took out the money that for the radio spots because we decided that that wasn't something that we wanted to do, and I just left the money in for the one ad in the Beacon. And I adjusted the parking attendance as well based on the lots that we'll be able to use and the lots that we would be staffing, as opposed to just putting the sandwich boards. So it brought the total cost down to $16,650. And I think I can bring it down to $15,650 with the adjustment of going with the other transportation company.
Great. Thank you for that.
The next page is the holiday lighting. I've gone back to the lighting company to see what their with the changes that we had discussed. And the price of $48.44 includes the cost of lighting the gazebo, the sprays on the gazebo, and also lighting the tree itself and including the star on the tree. So that would be the same star that we had last year, and the lights. So they're all they're the C9 lights. So they're a little bit larger, but it is the warm white light. And then they would provide just the lighting, and then I would purchase the ornaments separately, and then Public Works and I would hang the ornaments on the tree.
Which tree are we talking about? The tree that went up like this?
Not
or
the tree of lights we would get rid of. And we had discussed last time that we would try to have a real tree this year. So we're looking at something about somewhere between 15 and 18 feet, depending on the tree that we actually get. A couple things that we will need is we will need to build a stand for the tree, because we'll have to build something with some sort of a water source to be able to keep that tree alive between Thanksgiving and New Year's, which is when we traditionally take it down. So I went and met with Public Works, and they felt that the $250 would give them the money to purchase the materials for that. And that would also give us money to purchase materials to build a more substantial box stand for the tree that goes under the gazebo itself. And I also adjusted the parking attendance on this. We had very few parking attendants last year because we were planning on having a much smaller event, and then we had a lot more people. So I've left the number of attendants pretty much the same on this one as opposed to the other ones. And I took the advertising off completely, and we'll just do all of that online. The other thing I had on here was for the deer. We had talked about putting the deer down in the Grove area next to the Veterans Memorial. Those are things that we can purchase ourselves. And we're going to purchase, it would be 6 sets of the deer, and then we will put them kind of down in that area. So they'll be lit up, and then during the day, they'll just be the grapevine, a natural colored grapevine with a bow on them. So they'll be good either way. And Public Works will be able to handle all of the power and getting those staged and set up. We won't need to hire anybody to do that.
Did you look at the holiday lighting, the lighting on the gazebo, Public Works doing that with lights?
We did discuss it. Public Works, if we're talking about Public Works doing building the stand for the tree, getting the tree erected, putting the lights on the gazebo, and us building the sprays that we would put on the, I would need to put in more money for materials to make those sprays. And then also putting up the lights and then purchasing all of these lights. I don't think that we're going to see a substantial money savings because Matt felt that it would be about 2 days of labor to get all of this done for his staff. And with the things that they need to do at this time, he just didn't feel like they would be able to do that. So
the holiday light, to me, the holiday lighting is what you describe as just putting the lights around the gazebo. It's already, I mean, the thing's already up there to just click it on. Does that
correct,
make
but
sense?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
What he's saying is that it's not just that, also includes lighting the tree, and that's going to take some effort, and we would also have to purchase all of those lights. I'm not sure we want to do that. I'm not confident in that having a live tree is going to help our squirrel problem, and will the squirrels attack the lights in the tree, and then will we need to be replacing the lighting? And
And that could very easily be a problem.
and we're not and my other concern would be all of the light strings. No one is a lighting person who works in Public Works, and I'd be afraid that if we were trying to hook everything together so we would have one lighting with timers, that we could have an issue there as well. Whereas if we put that on the lighting company, that's their problem to solve, and we would have that. They would take care of all of those issues for us.
But to me, just hanging the lights around the gazebo where the clip's already there Do you have a breakdown in your proposal of how much that costs from the lighting company?
I do. It is $1,500. So I would have to look into the price of purchasing the exact same lights that they
So
have.
that includes, so the other costs are more. So that part's not as
It's
costly.
right.
Okay.
It's the tree itself. The lighting
Okay.
of the tree is 20. I think it's 2,800 for that, or 2,300 for the tree, 1,000 for the sprays, 1,500 for the lights on the gazebo.
What was the last year when we had the squirrel up some of the trees? What did they charge us per strand plus the service call, I guess, to come out and replace that? Do you remember what that was?
The first time that they came out, they replaced everything for free. When they came out the second time, they had to replace a number of strings, and it was $500.
I definitely worry that a tree is going to be an issue. But the tree that was like this, that just went straight up with the lights, the one we
Is that a
rented,
picture?
that tree. Oh
Yes.
yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that tree. I know. I looked online, like on Amazon, and you could buy those trees pretty inexpensively for a couple $100 compared
Correct.
to what we
You're
rented
just
them
not
for.
getting the LED power. You're not getting the light power that you are getting there with the bulbs that you're getting from an Amazon tree. It's not
Okay,
going to be as
okay.
bright or brilliant as, it's because it's not a commercial.
Yeah.
Product.
Well, I had some friends
product.
buy one off of Amazon that they used on
Uh-huh.
their boat, and it actually looked good for the price point of what. So just throwing that out there.
Okay. Yeah.
Just-
I mean, I think ideally, if to get what we want, which would be a nice looking traditional Christmas tree to be in the park, I think it would need to be one of the ones that are the concentric circles that stack on top of each other. That's an actual commercial tree. And maybe that's something I can see if someone's selling those on Gov Deals. That might be a place that people have something like that. I might be able to find something. They're just very expensive to purchase.
Oh,
To
yeah.
purchase those.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
the price was reduced. We brought it down from what it was last year, and of course, I will be looking for sponsors to hand for all of these things. I have a couple people that have reached out, and I'll reach back out to them to get to help with any sponsorships.
Is the plan to sell the fire pits that were purchased?
The plan wasn't to sell them. I thought we would just use them as decoration and have them. We would light them at the event and just have the fire pits lit, just as little heat sources. It was cold last year, so I think that it wouldn't be bad to have them. We have covers for them so people can't get right up on top of them, but I think it would be nice to have them. Yes, I think I included the price of the firewood in with the food, so I think it was $100 that I spent on firewood last year. And if we're just doing a little bit of firewood, I'm sure I can get somebody to bring some from home, and we can get some firewood that way. I didn't make any changes on the Greenway Festival. Price remained the same. What I did was I removed the cost of the birdhouses, but I did put a little bit more money towards music. This year, I was having some issues with getting someone that would be able to perform at that $500 price point, and I ended up needing to take the money that we were going to spend on the birdhouses and put it towards the music. And that way kept the price the same, but the committee felt that it was more important to have the music than it was to have the birdhouses that we would give away. And I adjusted the parking attendance here as well.
What's the $400 increase in signage and banners? $80 last year.
Correct. We do need to have, because we're getting sponsorships for this, we will have to redo the banner each year. Sorry. I'm sorry. There we go.
So Amy, on the banner, I know you've got the Greenway banner. Can you can you just have it where it's something that can peel on and off, kind of like your egg was, so that our sponsors for Greenway, we wouldn't have to buy a banner each time. We would just buy the part, print out what's on there and put it on there.
I could, but based on the number of, I have 1, 2, 3, I think I have 6 sponsors and I have 4 banners. So I'd need to buy 24 of those little stickers. So, and they're about $20 a piece. So it's pretty much the same price because there's so many stickers that would need to go on it.
So is the sponsorship covering the cost of the banners in a way? I mean,
The
I don't know how
sponsorship,
much, what are your sponsorship levels for this?
the sponsorships that I've gotten for both the grocery bag, the reusable bags, and for the plants, I included the cost of banners for each one of their tents, where we're giving them away into the cost of the sponsorship. But if we had discussed that we wanted to make sure that anyone who offered parking was included as a sponsor on the banners, that those would be, so that's 3 of them for that.
Okay.
Again, Jazz in the Park, the only thing I adjusted on this was the parking attendance.
Before we get too far ahead, I want to be sure that are you clear on the direction from slide number 4 with the holiday market? Or, I'm sorry, holiday lights and the holiday market. Was there anything that council wanted to see changed in this other than what was presented?
I'm good with it.
I guess the deer thing, the 6 set of deer, you said it's going to,
18 deer running around in the park.
so it's going to be over by the veterans, not, I mean, because that's pretty lit up itself. Is that where you said it was?
Well,
lit
it's
up?
the veterans area is lit up, but not the area in between. And I know that one of the comments that that we had discussed last time was that there was nothing in the rest of the park, so it looked lame. So
Well, it was off kilter with the
to
light.
do
There
something
were 3
with-
different sets of light. There was the warm lights, the cool lights, and then there was the colorful light, and then there
Yeah.
was the other.
we did
there's
the
a lot
lights.
going on.
Yep. So the cool lights, those were along the fence line, and that was Sunset Vision has done that in the past.
Right.
And that's something that I can talk about. I can also see if to continue doing it, would you like me to look into purchasing lights that for them to use that would match the lights that we have in the park so that it's a more uniform look. And then the red and green lights were just simply the up lights that we had changed red and green for Christmas, but I can also leave those warm white. So that way it would all be white.
Yeah.
And that's an easy swap for,
It's
and
just
that's
one
what we
set of
have
deer,
already.
right? It's just one set of
No,
deer.
it would be, we'd have little groupings of,
It's 6 sets.
we'd have different groupings of deer in different areas throughout the park that would be lit up.
So these are like the Lowe's type of deers.
They're
like the
between
yard
3 and,
deers.
correct. They're
Yeah.
between 3 and 6 feet tall. But we don't have to keep them as a group either, so I could spread them out. I can also purchase less. I just wanted to give you an idea.
Yeah, well, to me, those have to be wired with cords, so they're going to be all over the place. People are walking, and then you also have got the squirrel issue. So to me,
We've had the deer in the past and they haven't
yeah.
been a problem
Well, where
with
are
the
those deer?
squirrels. Those deer are gone.
Okay.
They were there and I think that they've been disposed of. We'd had them for a long time and I don't know where they were.
So do we want the deer or not? I think is what she needs direction on, right?
Yes.
If you're
Correct.
gonna do deer at all,
Mm.
why don't you cut it to at least 3 sets and pull this price down to 7,000?
Sure.
3 max. I mean, if not, we're gonna be run over with deer like we are in the rest of this town.
We're trying to get more deer.
Yeah, and I don't know that the deer are like,
I'm happy to, is there something else you'd like me to look at that I could put in that area? I'm happy to look for something else. I
If
just,
we're gonna do Christmas, we might wanna look at some other option, and
That's
because
what
there's
I'm
all
thinking.
kind of stuff instead
yeah,
of just,
yeah.
but I have no problem with like 3, and like I said, the biggest thing, $7,000 to me ought to be the max on this.
Okay.
You know, and if we get sponsorship and we get some money built up, then we can look in the future. I mean, that was the whole deal about starting this thing, or that was what I took off starting this thing, is it was something we were going to build on to see how it went about. We had a great first year with it. But again, it's just like everything else. We got to deal with the weather. We don't know how cold it's going to be, if it's going to be raining. I don't want to see the town putting a lot of money into something, especially if there's no sponsorship. You know, I think there will be some sponsorships, but it's something we can build on. And as far as bringing some other people in town, maybe some churches or something that wants to have idea, I think that's what we need to focus. Or that's just my opinion, but I think that's what we need to focus on, is getting some people involved that will help with this thing, where it will not cost our taxpayers a lot, but it's all about bringing our town together.
Absolutely. I've got, and I've got some performers already booked for it. So I think that we'll have a different program as well. I want to make sure that the decor that I'm talking about is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So if I felt like the deer was good because it's holiday, it's winter, it's not Christmas. And
Most of the events like this that I've seen in other towns, I've been to a couple of different ones. Some of them huge, some of them not so huge. But the people that come use those, with, especially the ones with the kids, use the different aspects of it as photo ops for Christmas.
Yes.
Sure.
So, if it's all the same, then just take a picture of this and over here and we're done with it. But if you have an ornament, or you have whatever, a toy soldier here, this here, this here, it gives them different options to keep them there and have them walking around and enjoying our beautiful park.
Yeah, I like the options other than deer myself. Like, I know when you go down to Conway or other towns like that, they have, even if we had one of those, and each year we expand, and
Sure. Those were the things that I had last time, and we said we didn't like those.
Replace
so
the deer
toy
with-
soldiers or the
Replace the deer with a menorah. Because
Sure.
it's that kind of season
I
as
mean,
well.
it is the season for that. And you
Mhm.
said something about you didn't want it to be Christmas. Well, it is Christmas. And so that's fine for the Jewish people, and we need to have something for the Christian people as well. I just thank you for saying that,
Well,
because you
like a-
mentioned that we're wanting to get out of Christmas. No, I'm not wanting to get out of Christmas. It is Christmas. That
Sure.
is what
No.
we're celebrating.
Absolutely. I just was, thinking that I was just thinking that we wanted it to be a more holiday thing rather than having, a Santa Claus statue that was lit up. So that's why I went with a deer. But I'm again,
Having a Christmas tree automatically turns it into
it does.
Did you, on our other presentation, didn't you have some soldiers or something?
I do have those.
Christmas present or something. It was some other thing, but we took those off.
Right. So, but I can also, if we decide that we want to say we want to keep it under $7,000, but I don't know what, they have such large things at Lowe's that there's certainly things that I could buy, a few different options. Maybe it's not the deer, but knowing that money's in there for,
Build us a $7,000 budget, and then let's work from there
Miscellaneous.
as we go.
Exactly.
Good plan.
Yeah.
sounds like a good.
And to do the 7,000, we are going to have to take off the deer or whatever. 'cause
Whatever.
that's-
We're just gonna say it's $7,000, and we'll figure it out as far as what we got to buy these things
Sure.
that's gonna go with it.
Mhm.
That'll keep us in pretty much in order, because the 6 is what brought it up.
Yep.
To the virtually
That's right. So
1175.
the deer
I will bring those down
deer
to
needs to go away.
get
it
us to the
sounds like.
7,000.
Okay.
Mhm.
We're good with Green Wave. Before we move on.
And this is doing it in the spring or the
The
fall?
Green Wave?
No, I'm sorry,
Oh.
not Greenwave, wrong one, sorry.
Sorry.
Greenwave, never, I know, sorry, I'm on the jazz.
Yep.
Wrong sheet,
The green wave,
yeah,
that's what he was just asking
Yep.
about.
Yeah. y'all
Are
good
y'all
with that?
good with that?
And
Yes.
the plants are donations. We are gonna do
Donations,
Plants,
yes.
and they're donated.
Anything like that would be a donation.
Sounds good.
That's great. Thank you.
Jazz in the Park, I think
Spring.
we had a better attendance when we did it in the spring. So I think the plan going forward would be to do it in the spring each year.
Okay.
And we have enough in the fall. We don't need to add another event, I don't think.
And there's no option of a lower band price, I mean, I know you were looking into, because that's several bands, right?
It's just two bands, but they all come as one package. The two bands they play separately, they play together, they bring the sound system and the sound person. So it's all, yes, they do split into two groups at other locations, but here it's a package deal where we get the whole shebang for the one price.
Okay.
For the ERC educational workshops, we had talked about the 4 workshops. Here you had asked me to remove the honoraria. So I brought that down to 0 so that you could see that. I left in the information about the promotional materials such as flyers or things that we'd need, possible workshop supplies. So I budgeted $275 per workshop. If we don't need it, we won't use it. If we don't need supplies, I know we're working with the Brunswick, the BCCC. They have a turf grass department. So I know that the committee is working with the turf grass department to get them to come down here and do a seminar and bring in the golf pro from Oyster Bay to be able to talk about turf grass. So that's something that won't cost us any money. So we wouldn't spend that. We are going to speak with have somebody come and talk about propagation with grasses, coastline grasses. In that case, what we'll need to do is purchase 2 grasses that she could break up and some of the small plastic containers that we would repot in for once we break up that. So
Are those numbers correct on there, Amy?
yes, it's 275 times 4 gets you to the total. So 275 per workshop times 4 workshops is 1,100 for the year.
Right,
Added into
but then the
this
total for
times
the
4.
year, then you've got the 200
No,
and the
that's-
275.
That's this and this, this. That's
So
all
the
I'm saying.
200
Oh,
275 per word.
Okay.
Yes.
The total for the year, to me, I was looking
Yeah.
for the total of
Yeah.
this.
The total
Workshop.
for the whole program
Yeah.
of 4 workshops is $1,100.
And then you
Okay.
got 200. So what Ms. Batchelor is saying is the total for each year should be 1,300, not 1,100.
No.
If you're
If-
doing 275 times 4, what number do you get for that? 275 times 4 is
1,100.
Right, then you've got a workshop
No,
supplies.
that's this and this is what she's come up with this. She was just showing this as a total. That was including this and this. Is that not correct, Amy?
That's correct,
Yeah.
yes.
So
So
it's
it's
So you don't have,
275
you're not
per
doing
Okay.
a rolling, she's
Gotcha.
not doing a rolling
No,
tab
she
like
was
you
Okay.
just
did
showing
everywhere
what
else.
it's for and then broke it
different.
down.
You
Okay.
did
down
something
here.
I
different on
understand it
this.
now. It was-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It was different.
So it's 275 per event or per
Right.
workshop for 4.
And I
That's
did the same thing for the tree board with 2 planned workshops. And again, that is a placeholder. The workshops have not been planned yet. However, that would be money that we would spend if necessary, but we would not spend it if the workshops didn't require that.
Okay.
The uplighting, I went back and I'm meeting him this afternoon down there. Right now, each tree is 4 lights. So this quote is showing us doing 4 trees in the park. So I went back and looked at where we would need additional lights to complete the whole park. One thing in speaking with him is that I know we want to do some lighting to the right of the gazebo. His recommendation and the recommendation from Public Works is that we don't go into the area that dips down on the side of the park that borders on the intercoastal because of storm surge. So we would keep it up in the elevated portion.
Right.
And there were 3 trees that are on that side. And then I think we would, if we did these 4 trees that are marked off, then did 2 more trees closer to the street, then that would be a total of 9 more trees that would need to be done in the park. So the total cost for doing 9 trees would be the $20,439.54.
I don't know who the appropriate representative or person would be, but we do need to have some input from some type of expert on the bird and the wildlife that's going closer to the intercoastal. I don't know who to contact, but I would like for us to have some input on that because that's a factor in, we didn't have lights out there before, and now
Sure.
we're talking about putting lights closer to the intercoastal. Are there concerns with wildlife?
Generally, generally it's not close to the intercoastal because almost all of them are on this side of the walkways. So it actually keeps it a pretty good distance from there. But I'm certainly happy to try to find the right person just to say these lighting is not going to be something that's going to disturb the wildlife that's in the intercoastal.
And maybe in our public forum section, if we have any experts in the audience, maybe they can weigh in or at least lead you in the right direction. I do think we need to look at that before we go putting out more lighting.
Right.
Because we don't want
Yeah.
to continue with light pollution.
No,
So
And that was
absolutely.
mentioned last time as well, I know.
yes,
And
yes.
where the picnic table is on the, like if you're looking straight at the gazebo to the right, like
Yes.
the walkway, are there any lights there at all?
Right. Those
night?
are, I found, so I did my own survey of the park and looked myself of where, based on events we have, things that go on in the park, the concerts, there's some trees that just aren't going to work. People sit too close to them. It's too much. That's not a good spot for it. So there's 3 trees over there that are above. They're not on the lower area, and that we could do some uplighting to kind of light that side of the park as well.
But is where the picnic table is, the covered area, are there any lights there at night?
No,
Okay.
nope.
Well, I'm sure.
The lights
Is there
are
power there at all?
There is power. There's only lights in the gazebo.
Because to me, if there was even a light there, that may give you enough light on that side to have something lit up. I'm just throwing out
Mhm.
suggestions.
Um,
That wouldn't be,
right.
pricey.
And
Yeah.
the additional of lighting trees will be an ongoing overhead cost for that too, that we need to consider. Because I mean, electricity is not going to be free out there.
No, it's not. Obviously, it's free, but
And I didn't mean that to be. I mean, I'm just
no,
saying,
I
but
understand.
we need to figure that into this too, because that's going to be an ongoing overhead cost to each budget.
Absolutely.
That will increase the town's
Absolutely.
cost.
And with the 9 trees that are left to uplight, we could certainly break it up. So we would do 4 trees this year and 5 trees next year. We could do it all at the same time. We're not going to see a cost savings whether we do 9 trees now or for 1 year, 5 the next. It's going to be, the price will not change with, even if we do more at once.
So the 9,000 price tag is for 4 trees.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if we decide to go ahead, I can have the designer come and meet with you when we're down there, and we can actually select the trees that we would want to do this year. And then we can also look at the trees that we'd want to do in following years and be able to mark it out so we have a path forward if it's something that we wanted to continue with.
What's the direction of council here? I want to be sure that we're able to prepare a budget, good numbers we can look at for next week.
First thing they want is they want somebody to tell them if it's good to go in there or not, I think. is what
Yes,
I
we
took.
need to know that
Correct.
first.
That
So
needs to
put
be
it in
first.
there. Put the numbers in there. For the increase, what is it? 3 trees, 3 additional
Do
tree
you-
lighting.
I can either do it for the 4 trees or for 9 trees.
Well, let's do it both ways.
Okay.
But we really need to have some experts weigh in. We don't need to create more problems for ourselves.
Right. We can reduce the amount once we find out.
Yeah.
Right.
Or should we go with
I'd
the
like that
4
number.
tree
The
The
option
4
at
is what should be
9,000
going with,
maybe?
and not with the 9.
Yeah,
right
go
now.
with the 4. And
Budget
then we
the 4
can,
just to let them see after you get the report.
Sure.
And that's something we can
That
take out
okay?
if it's not going to work.
Okay.
Is that okay with you, Mike, to leave it in there, the 4, the 9,000 for now?
Yeah.
And we can always change around.
And the town calendars, I have the budget of left it at 1,500. I went back to the company that produces the calendars to see if they could have, again, the QR code. That's not a place where they could do that, but if we did it on something like a Shutterfly, a Snapfish, where I could put the calendar together there, people could purchase it. But when you do it that way, it will just be, the calendars would be more expensive. So I would be looking at over $20 a calendar if I was purchasing them. Having them printed by a printing company, they'll be less expensive just to print the 250. And
Yeah. But we are having to then have staff sell them, write the receipts, do all that, where if they did
It
them
would-
the other way, it wouldn't have to be done. The
correct.
labor of that
And if we,
makes it more
and
expensive to the town.
Right. If we did it, normally we're at Sunset, and that's where we sell the majority of them from the town tent. So that's where the majority are sold.
Could you share with us about sales tax and the things that you sell?
The sales tax, we include the sales tax in the sales price. And then because of the way that we sell it, it's broken down on our square and also broken down. So we have the paper receipts to compare. And then in the past, Tara would back it out and she would pay the sales tax on that number. But she also, I know that there's a threshold to the amount of product that you can sell before you actually have to pay the sales tax. With the municipality, I can't remember the exact dollar. Do you know what that? Yeah,
I would think we would want to pay sales tax.
No, it's some, Tara knew that there's some sort of listing. If you sold less than a certain dollar number in product, then I would have to go back and ask Tara exactly what it was. But we did take out the sales tax on it. We did include sales tax in this price. We weren't adding it on at the end.
Did we have any calendars left from 2026?
No.
Okay, good.
Concerts, I've left the budget the same. The $50,000 is what we usually work with each year.
On the left side, it shows in 2026 we had 16 concerts.
Yes.
And then the proposal is for 14 concerts with the same amount of money. So did everybody go up? Why is it more?
We haven't, but so it's kind of a strange budget because with it starting over on July 1st, we have half of one year's concert schedule and half of the next year's concert schedule, both on there. The numbers, the 16 concerts, normally it's 15 or 14. It depends based on how many weeks are. It traditionally starts the Wednesday after Memorial Day and ends the Wednesday before Labor Day. We can still do 15 and just go an additional week or start a week earlier. That's certainly, up to the council. If we want to do the 15 concerts like we normally do, then that's
what are y'all's
we would do.
thoughts on having one in the fall? We have so many in the summer. They're great, but we're beaten down in sweat. It would be so great to have one that's in the fall. I don't know what the appropriate month would be, but it would be a way. We have so many people come to these. They're so well liked. Mayor, I know you negotiate with the bands on a price.
Even this money that's here is not. That ain't right. That ain't right. I mean, because I know what the past councils have put. This is your limit that we'll pay per group.
Per band.
Now the negotiations that I done this year was trying to stay well under that to get all those concerts in that valued money. But these don't. This money doesn't add up right for it. But I know what the number is. So
yeah, I mean.
But yeah, I mean.
What is the number?
It was 4,000 was the max.
4,000.
We've always stayed under that. I mean, we've worked. There's been a couple that in the past that we've had to pay that, but other than that, we've been able to stay under this year significantly. I mean, when I reached out to them, for trying to get this stuff going, a lot of them was, they were understanding it because I mean, it's good. I mean, it's a good event. I mean, they get a lot of exposure from it. Our concert series has become one of the best ones around.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's got that name. There's a lot of these other towns that people are coming in here for them because they just feel like they get a different level of talent.
Absolutely.
And getting stuff that they don't see week
Different
in, week
people.
out at these other places. So
I would love to see them in the spring and the fall for our taxpayers and it's not 110 degrees out there whenever you go.
So
I think we'd have more people even.
You want to add one more too? Is that what you're saying?
Well, when you do the math, the mayor says when he negotiates, it's about $4,000. So $4,000 for 16 concerts equals $64,000. If you do 14, which is what Ms. Goodrich has in her proposal, is $56,000.
15 is what she's got to. It's all by according to the days because we never do it till after Memorial Day, and it's always done basically at Labor Day, and then we have those two. We put in this year again. For just 2 makeup dates in case, because last year, unfortunately, we had a lot of rainouts. Before that, we haven't had a lot of rainouts, so we haven't had to use those days.
Well, it would be good to have 1 or 2 for the fall to give back to our taxpayers, as I was saying. If it's,
Absolutely.
At
I mean,
least
I think that
at
we
least
should,
September, October.
that'd be
right,
wonderful.
if we wanted to do that, I mean, I don't know that we could call it something else.
This is
This is
another
the-
thing we might need to think about. The 1st of October, of course, is our Sunset on Sunset.
Right.
So they have music, and
Yes.
they have good music. So I mean, that's
Mhm.
something that our citizens do.
Yes.
And if is there not another one the following week? Something for some reason I want to think there was another event that.
There's,
we had
um,
jazz. We had jazz in the
Uh,
past.
there was
next
something
week
else.
we did,
October.
so the week after Sunset at Sunset is push-ups for Parkinson's.
And they got
And
their
they
deal.
have,
They've already booked an event.
Yeah.
And they have like chocolate chip, I think,
Uh-huh.
already booked. For
And
this year,
then-
which is a big group.
That's good.
and then
So
on the,
that basically just leads us to September.
right. And so then and in the spring, we have bands for Strawberry and Wine in April, and Possibility does Band Fest in June.
Yeah.
And we have Jazz in the Park in May.
Would y'all support an
September.
additional concert in September to give to our
Absolutely.
taxpayers?
And
for-
to make it 15 concerts.
Well, you've got it
Mr.
includes
Foster, what's
15.
your thoughts? I mean, we got over here, we just need to make sure we're giving her direction.
I'm not positive we need to put one in September just to have one in September. If there was an event that was available, that's something. If we're going to save $4,000, this is an opportunity to do that. So I won't, consensus is if you want to do it, fine. I'm not totally in favor. That's all.
Well, we also have the option, and I've given Amy, we have the option of some local bands that don't charge as well. I mean,
Right.
they're not the broad bands that, tour everywhere, but they're local bands that we could support to have come, and some don't charge. They do take up for philanthropy.
Yes, so
But-
we would pay them, and then they pay the philanthropy.
So it could
And
be
so-
So
and
it
showcase.
we-
varies. Some just take up as you're there. It
Um,
varies, I guess.
And then we also would have to pay for a sound system because we don't have a sound system installed. So a lot of times if they're going to go to a place where they're just going to play and take a collection to give to philanthropy, then that's usually where they can plug into an existing sound system. So we would have to have a sound person, a sound system. And that's about $800, but definitely much less than if you're paying.
Well, and some do have sound systems.
Well,
but
that's minuscule
in
to pay.
Dave's Outpost, I don't know if you were there, but they had those turtle boxes out around, and
Mhm.
the sound was great throughout the
Mhm.
park. It was really good.
We could do Sunset Beach Band Showcase or something,
Sure.
put some kind of trendy name on it. Get our local bands involved. I'm sure they would appreciate it. It gives them exposure and it, gives something back to the taxpayers.
Put it tentatively for the 23rd of September because right now we're showing 2 makeup days, and you all know, just like I know, we're going to have a concert or two going to get rained out.
Sure.
And our whole deal was us paying half up front. We wanted to make sure we at least got our taxpayers' money back, have another opportunity. It may rain much times and we may not, but use that 23rd as that possible date and do a showcase of Sunset or something.
Absolutely.
Whatever.
Super.
Okay.
And after that, I mean, we're virtually in October then, and that's going
Right.
to be our Sunset on Sunset stuff.
Yes.
And did we finalize Sunset at Sunset? I don't think we did we?
That was the first one we did.
But did we
Basically,
finalize it?
yeah.
Well, I guess
Coming
I
in
had
around
some questions. I guess I
15,000
had
because she
a
talked
few
about-
questions. Yeah.
She talked about changing some of that and getting it down to around 15.
And on the transportation, I mean, is that definitely something we feel we need is transportation for that?
I do. I feel it's important and it's used. I mean, like I said, the parking lot last year, Seaside Methodist was 3/4 full. So there is a number of people who do use it.
You remember at the last meeting, we had asked for those numbers to see you were going to
Yeah.
get with the transportation company. What did they say? What kind of numbers?
I did, and I did reduce it because it was at 6,200, and I brought it down now to 4,590, and I think I can get it down even further if I switch to a different company that will do the 2 buses. So rather than 3 buses, we'd go to 2. And in the last year, we brought it from 2 parking lots to 1.
I think the council needs to weigh in on that with the numbers. So go back to the company, find out what the numbers are. When, the way that we asked it last time was per hour. Find out how many people were being transported so that we can look at what we really need.
They didn't have those statistics where the bus driver wasn't writing down how many people he was transporting
Okay.
each time. I just know that if we're going to provide the transportation, I think it's important that we provide it for the entirety of the event and not say, oh, only from 11 to 1, because then we'll have people who will miss the shuttle and then need to be shuttled back. And then we're going to have, I think that if we want to do it, I think we should do it for the whole time. And I think I can get it to a lower price here. However, if we don't, or we can not do it at all, but I would say either let's do it and do it for the whole time or just eliminate it.
If that lot was 3/4 full for the entire event, it's definitely necessary. There's nowhere to park those kind of cars. This is such a popular event that if we don't have an off-site parking location, they're going to be parking on top of each other. And it's not what we want.
Well, at least we've reduced the cost. Amy's reduced it by about half, so that's good.
And I'll be able to pull it down a little bit more.
Yeah.
So
So that's good.
And it's 2 buses rather than 4.
exactly.
And you're starting at 11. Is that what you said?
No, I'm
11
saying
o'clock?
I think we need to do it. It's 9:30 to 4:30, so it's a half an hour before the start of the event and a half an hour at the end of the event. And that way, that gives people ample time to be able to get there and wrap it up at the end, because we don't want anybody to miss the bus and then be stuck.
Okay. For the signage and banners, are we moving on from transfer?
We
Y'all
are.
good with me?
Mhm.
We've got $1,900. What exactly is included in that?
So with the signage and banners, we have to print new signage, new banners every year. And we also, that money is, we also do banners for each tent that a sponsor has. So included in the price of the sponsorship is a tent on site. And each one of them is given a banner, and that to acknowledge that they're whatever level of
They get a
sponsorship
tent
they are.
and a banner?
No, they get their spot
Okay,
and a banner.
and a banner. Okay.
So they bring their
Okay,
own
okay.
tents and things like
So
that.
you're, in theory, making proceeds off of that, though?
Correct.
still,
So
even with those
it's
costs
included.
embedded? Okay.
I just show it here because there's not a direct line for me to put in the sponsorships,
Okay.
because it's not,
So
a lot of,
indirectly, that 1,900 you're getting back. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I mean, indirectly, between sponsorships and the vendor fees, we collect close to $12,000 between vendor fees
Okay.
and
Okay.
sponsorships. So
So the 15,500 you're estimating roughly, you're saying you're going to make back 12,000 in that too.
yes.
So, okay. Okay. Which I can think of.
And then one slide that I didn't have in here last time was just to put in the parking slide. And that just wanted to show you, going forward, we'll be providing this parking for locations that offer us parking. So if you are offering a portion of your lot to us, we will have an attendant there to help control the parking in your lot. So that way people are not parking where you don't want them to park, and we're only putting people where you do want them to park.
Amy, let me ask a question, please. Did they provide parking at everything, or is it select?
These people provided parking for every event.
Okay.
So for the concerts, I based it on 15 concerts times $315 per concert, which would get us to $4,725. And for the markets, it's $375. And there's 25 of those, and that's $7,500 in parking. So that's, last year we're spending close to $19,000, and this brings us down to about $12,000. So we're going to see $7,000 worth of savings in parking year over year.
And do we still feel we need to provide that versus the sandwich boards that have been discussed?
We are using the sandwich boards for locations that do not provide us any parking. We don't want, I don't think, and that we had discussed having attendants present at places where,
Right.
having attendants present at places that offer us a portion of their parking lot.
Island Breeze.
So
for
we
example.
control it.
Right. Island Breeze, for example, when you're pulling off of Shoreline Drive, You have to go into the back part, the overflow
Right.
parking lot.
Right.
We
And
don't think we
Bill's-
can accomplish that with a sign. Same with Bill's Seafood. He doesn't want people parking up by the business. He can park to the back side. So places that say absolutely not, you can't park here for any events, sandwich board. So we're going to eliminate those personnel, if you will, that were manning those locations with the sandwich board sign. The other ones where it's you can park here but not there, it's difficult to accomplish that with a sign.
So Dave's is going to allow parking at all the events?
He allows parking in his side lot at every event. He has a lot next to the
Yeah,
dirt lot.
okay.
And then also, he let me know that at the concerts, once they close, which is prior at 5 o'clock, once he's able to close the store and his employees are able to leave, that I would be able to use his lot this year to let people park.
Good.
Well, that's
Yeah,
very nice.
that's
of
very
him.
nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
it's
Now,
very
what about
exciting.
Oak and Palm Boat Ramp? Where's the parking for that?
So Oak and Palm, I feel like is a special case because the parking for Oak and Palm is so close to the park that I feel like, especially for the concerts, we need to have somebody there just as a good neighbor to not let people park in their parking lot and walk over to the concert, and then they won't have any place for their patrons to park.
So they don't allow, I didn't think they allow
They-
parking. That's why I was asking.
No, they don't. They do help us in different ways. They are going to be a partner with us as far as providing special takeout options for people to be able to walk in, purchase, and bring over to the park. So they definitely want to be a good partner with us. But because of where they are in their proximity, I think that those spots that they have in their lot, we need to make sure that those aren't being taken up by people.
Well, they also use the town parking spots for their business as well. It's kind of
Absolutely.
they definitely, because it's great to see that it's crowded.
Yeah,
so that's good.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure that, I know they'll have difficulty parking their
Yeah.
guests during concerts, especially. So I want to make sure that
Yeah.
the small bit that they have is
My
saved
only
for
concern
them.
is offering it to them if they're not offering us parking, and we're not doing that for other businesses. So,
Yes, but I do feel like the proximity changes things because it's literally attached to the parking that's the public parking.
But Oak and Plum doesn't provide any, correct?
none,
And the boat ramp, it's signed that unless you have a trailer, you can't park there.
right.
I think we'd accomplish that with a sandwich board. That's what we're trying to do, is if there's none, then we do the sandwich board. I understand being good neighbors, but
But it's
the
also
onus,
attached.
the onus still falls on the property owner if someone parks illegally. Our parking attendants don't have any teeth. It's a good gesture, but
Yeah, I mean, in that location, I would put a sign plus have a
On the
person.
banner, it has 4 sponsors. I'm not counting 4. I've got Dave's, Island Breeze, and Bill's. Who's
Mavericks provides it occasionally for specific events. So we included them on the sign because they do provide it occasionally.
when do they provide it?
They provide it for Memorial Day, for 9/11, for Veterans Day.
So they do
And
they do
occasion-
it twice, and
they
yet
do-
they
they
get
do it
the
3
same
times.
exposure everybody else does.
We had a discussion and it was, so we included it.
Who had a discussion?
we did.
It-
Okay.
Right, because even though they don't allow us to use parking at the same volume, if you will, as the other vendors, they do allow us to use it. So not including them when they are donating something to the town, we didn't feel was right.
How many spaces did they donate?
They'll donate their whole lot.
So for the veterans things is what they do.
Yes.
So what's our take on Oak and Palm? We have attendance, not have attendance, have a sound. They're just an outlier compared to the other businesses, is all I'm saying. I understand the proximity. but-
I went to Oak and Palm and I talked to them and I showed them a rendition of what that sign might look like. And I have not heard back from anyone there. There was the people I talked to weren't in the position to really give any kind of answers, but I left information with them asking for a call back and no one has called me back. I think if we put signs at their entrances and you see how it goes. I mean, if we start getting a lot of complaints from Oak and Palm that people are parking there, but my experience has been when you put the sign out there that says, hey, if you park here, here's the phone number for the towing company where you can pick your car up when you come back. That's pretty stern.
Oh, yes.
And Amy has found a vendor that is willing to help us with that. And I, for one, if I was out of town and I was parking somewhere and that sign said, hey, we're welcome to park here, and when you do, your car will be gone, I'd really think hard about whether or not I want to park there. So I say we give it a shot. I mean, it's going to save our taxpayers money by not having those attendants out there. And if we have to come back and say, hey, we were wrong, it's you know, then we'll eat it. But I think the signs will do their job.
Okay.
And the boat ramp it's already signed that it's if you don't have a trailer, you don't park there. And we put out one of our signs in addition to what the boat ramp has there already. And we are able to ticket there, so the police can come down and address those. We wouldn't be able to address them at Oak and Palm.
All right. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Moving on next, we have the public comments on any of the department head updates. If anybody would like to come up.
I have a wait, before you go, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
On the last, when I looked at the last time we had a meeting and discussed, or over video, we discussed the community center and the rental for community center. Has anybody come back to you as to which direction we're going regarding the 3 or 4 nonprofits that contribute benefits back to Sunset Beach, like Sunset Vision and the Veterans Association, things like that?
We haven't had any further discussion past the council meeting last week.
Okay.
We also didn't have anything on here for admin, but if I can touch on something real quick before we get to the public comments, I don't have any changes to what was presented. But there is money remaining in this year's budget that would cover the partition that we talked about out here, coming from building inspection side, as well as the money that we were looking to budget for the clerk certification. We could pay those in this year's budget, and it would just lower the carryover amount. So it's kind of same. Do we want to pay for it now with what's already been appropriated and not budget going into this next fiscal year?
I think that out there needs to be done as soon as possible. The partition part.
Sure.
And we know our clerk's been approved for the class.
Correct.
Does the finance director need a budget amendment to approve these?
The money for building improvements is already there. There's $250,000 that was budgeted for improvements to this building. That money for the door would come out of there. It wasn't budgeted, my understanding, with earmarked for 100,000 for this, 150 for that, and the money for the clerk certification is already in the line item for training and education. So we wouldn't need a budget amendment at all.
Okay. What about the carpet? Is the carpet flooring here or something? I know that was
That's
budgeted. Is that something
that's
we
going
need
to
to
happen too. So that's I've got 1 quote. I've got 2 more coming this week. I'm required to have 3. And we're likely going to be able to do every square inch of flooring and still have some carryover left in that budget.
So this would be at the May or June council meeting for you to bring this to us.
The flooring?
Yes.
It's already budgeted.
Covered in last year's budget.
It's already budgeted.
Okay.
And it was budgeted, for
Okay.
improvements to this building.
So when do you think you'll have it done?
I don't know the timeline. Like I said, I'll have the last 2 quotes this week. And then just working with that vendor to find out how long it's going to take to get materials and actually do the work. Because every office is going to have stuff that has to be moved, and carpet or LVP is going to be placed around that. So I guess it depends on how quick they can work. Hopefully before the end of the fiscal year.
Would you let them work on the weekends to do that?
We'd have to have somebody here with them. So that would be we'd have to probably pay some overtime to have somebody here to be with them. I know we do have our public works employees that work on the weekends, some part-time staff, but as we get into warmer months, what they're doing is emptying trash, making sure bathrooms are cleaned. So we can't really pull them from that duties.
Okay.
So, but we could discuss weekend options and see if there's a way. Be less intrusive for our staff.
Okay.
Anything
Again,
else on
public comments is open. If anybody'd like to comment. Come right here. You will, yes, ma'am. That mic is on it at Allen. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Candace Sieben, 611 Lake Shore Drive. I wanted to first make a comment about the suggestion that maybe the town pay for paving all those roads. I personally, when I purchased my property, purchased on a town-maintained, town-paved road. It made a difference to me. I also looked at a property on a private road in town. I paid more for my property. So, if you're thinking about paving all those roads and not charging those people and the homes on those roads, you're increasing the value of their property at no cost to them, but at a cost to all the rest of the taxpayers. And that doesn't seem right. I also have on that private road where I didn't buy, I know a lot of people, and they complain all the time that they are Sunset Beach taxpayers and they get nothing for their roads. So I think it's a big issue, and I hope you think about that a little more in the fairness to the people that already went ahead and did their own paving. I think it's a big issue, and I would think really hard. The other was about lighting in the park. I think the Environmental Resource Committee is really interested in looking at that impact on shorebirds and migrating birds. We've just had a lot of flux in the committee lately, but that's something that we're planning to look at and come back to council with a recommendation.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon. Pete Larkin, 453 Lakeshore Drive. I wasn't going to speak today, otherwise, out of respect, I would have a collared shirt on. So sorry, guys. Miss Sieben just kind of stole some thunder for the paving situation. I think we're all well aware that the environment, the silt that gets transported into our canals and waterways, is the overwhelming reason why we want to have streets paved. In addition to the dust nuisance to the people that live there, but that's their nuisance, and that's what existed when they bought their properties or has evolved over time. Our town Department of Public Works has worked hard to come up with solutions for the excessive silt going into our waterways and canals. And they've come up with an option which has worked very well, the 57 stone slate option. And that keeps the dust down. As a sidebar, but it more importantly reduces the amount of silt that goes into the waterways. Even our paved roads, silt goes into the waterways. Sand and silt comes from people's yards, gets in the street, and it runs into the waterways. So it doesn't resolve that problem completely. I had the honor of serving as chair on our resiliency committee several years ago now. And there's grants available for things such as SAFL baffles, which are engineered solutions for containing and keeping silt and runoff from contaminating our waterways and canals. That is something that I believe we should be looking towards to gain grants. And there's a new resiliency program that's coming out that could potentially offer grants for things like that. So I think we need to stay on top of that. I think our Environmental Resource Committee, which has several subcommittees, needs to be involved in that and maybe give us some counseling as to how they work, their efficiency, and what they cost. Because we no longer have our resiliency committee. I know that John Farrell has approached, at least informally, several members of council about us becoming more active in that potential program that could be coming out. Something very beneficial. Resiliency is not just a word. It's very important, particularly for barrier island towns. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, can staff look into grants for that, the grant options for that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm Mickey Smith, 123 Forest Walk, Sunset Beach. I'm also representing the Sea Trail Master Association. I'm the president there. First thing I want to say is Matt and Vicky were here today. We started last year a thing where the roads were being paved. I mean, the holes, potholes, and everything were being filled. And Matt and Vicky have just done one excellent job on that. I mean, I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that. Second thing I want to say is we're not in we don't want to fill all our holes. I mean, that's great and keep them whole, keep them filled. But the problem is in last year, on April 2nd, 2025, I wrote a letter, sent it to every councilman and to the mayor. And in that letter, we talked about the paving of Clubhouse Road. I want to read something. During the town council meeting on December 10th, 2024, there were discussions about installing pavers near Dave's to expand parking for the Sunset Beach Town Park. In that same meeting, it was stated that the paving of Clubhouse Road would be considered upon completion of the Calabash River Bridge. Since the bridge closure in September 2023, Clubhouse Road has endured excessive traffic, resulting in significant deterioration and numerous hazardous potholes. There has been nothing done. We set meetings up, Sea Trail Master Association did, with the town. The people in this room were not in those meetings. We met. We were told every possible thing you could be told. From it will be started immediately, from it will be started 3 to 5 years from now. It will cost $900,000. It will cost $3 million. So I would go back to our Sea Trail Master Association board meetings and report what I was told, and nothing has happened. I understand about work being done and roads being messed up and all that, but you know what? Where I live is right across Georgetown Road. There's all of that property being built there, all the way down to the Thistle. There's property being built everywhere. So if we want to wait for construction to stop, we're wasting our time because construction is not going to stop. I think we all know that. I think that we talked today about, I think it was called McGill, capital improvement thing for 1, 2, 3, 4 years. What I just want to say is, I really encourage the council to, I know you're going to look at that and see what needs to be done first. But Sea Trail put up with a lot. 2 years of that bridge being down in Calabash, there was a lot of trucks and a lot of traffic that went through there. And our roads were eaten up. We need your help. That's the only thing I'm asking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nothing else for council. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.